This beautiful April 14th day. As you can tell, it's sunny, the snow is almost all gone, and the street cleaning has started. So those people that are living on main arterial roads, if you can, please remove your vehicles off the streets so that when our staff go by, it makes it a little easier and a little cleaner for them to clean it up a little bit. Again, with the amount of dirt and sand and everything else, it might take a couple passes over the next couple weeks, but street cleaning has started, so if anybody that can assist us by moving their vehicles, that would be excellent. Thank you. Members of Council, there is an agenda before you. Deputy Mayor, for the motion to accept the agenda, please.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council adopt the April 14, 2025 regular council meeting. Oops, that's giving me the agenda. And that's the wrong agenda. Anyway, it's the, oh, that is the right one, sorry. The April 14th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
That's right. Thank you, Councillor Hansard, Deputy Mayor. Administration, anything to add to the agenda?
Thank you, Your Worship. Nothing to add at this time.
Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on. Number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. So this is the time that we allow residents and stakeholders just to address council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Thank you. Has anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda? Okay. See none, we'll now move to number 4, which is presentations and delegations. We have nothing scheduled tonight. Number 5 is statutory public hearing. We have no hearings scheduled tonight as well. So moving down to number 6 is the regular council meeting for March 24th. Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council approve the March 24th, 2025 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, you had the opportunity to read the minutes. Any errors, omissions, any questions to the members that were in attendance? I do not see any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Move on to number 7, which is council boards and committee minutes. We're looking at 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4 on our agendas. That is the Growth and Commerce Committee for January 22nd, the Planning Advisory Committee for February 5th, the Stony Plain Library Board for February 19th, and the Community and Social Development Roundtable for February 25th. Councillor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the Town Council receive the Council Board and Committee minutes for information.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, if you had the opportunity to read those minutes, any questions for clear and understanding to the board appointees? Okay. See none, I do have one to the Stony Plain Library Board appointee, and that's on 7.3. I think on the minutes, number 3, was that there was an amendment to the agenda, so 6.6A for the in-camera assessment on revised compensation review, and then also item 7, items for discussion were removed from the agenda. Can the appointee provide a little information on that, and if that was rescheduled to the next meeting?
Not enough in attendance for that discussion, and it's moved to the next board meeting.
Okay, and thank you. And then you mentioned that there's not enough in attendance for those conversations. So was there a quorum that was reached?
Yes, there was.
Okay, so if quorum was reached, then why wasn't there enough people to have those conversations?
We wanted all of the members to be present when we have this discussion.
Okay. So all the members, so if there's one member missing, they will not have that conversation again?
Say that again?
I think you just mentioned that you wanted all the members present to have this conversation. So if there's one board member that's absent or wasn't able to show, you'll continue to postpone this until all members are present?
That is correct. We wanted all members present for the discussion on both the revised compensation and the Second Amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Loyens, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question on that then. There's nowhere that says regards of somebody not being there. It just says somebody was online and everybody else was listed.
Yes, thank you.
That is correct, but we wanted everybody in person to be in the room while this discussion was had.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Any more questions regarding anything that is on the minutes? Hey, just maybe one question to our admin staff. In terms of the word counselor, I notice a few of them have counselor with a double L, and then also one that has counselor with a single L. Are both spellings correct? And if they are, can we just use one spelling of counselor? So I'm referring to page 24 of 80, has a single L for counselor. We have two vowels.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to all of council. Both spellings are correct. We typically use the 2L version, and so we will get that corrected.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I noticed that on 7.1 and 7.3 it has the double L, so thank you. Okay, any more questions for clear understanding on those committee minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, moving on, number 8 is the bylaws. It is establishing the Growth and Commerce Committee. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to all of council. So the Growth and Commerce Committee was created to identify, support, and advise council on opportunities to create a successful commercial, industrial, and residential climate in Stony Plain. The establishing bylaw was presented to council on February 10th, 2025, where it received first reading and was referred back to the committee for further review related to member composition and selection of the chair. The GCC met and reviewed the bylaw in terms of reference on March 19th and recommended to forward the establishing bylaw to council for approval as originally presented on February 10th, 2025. Administration is recommending second and third reading of the bylaw this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, administration. Members of council, we had a pretty robust discussion at council ourselves for about an hour and a half, close to 2 hours. Any questions for clarity and understanding from administration? Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship. As we're going through this as an establishing bylaw, the one piece that I've kind of noticed is missing is the history of the Growth and Commerce Committee. I've reviewed this multiple times, kind of gone through it. I know we had a big discussion in regards to terms of reference. We've talked of our different committees. And I'm just wondering if, I know you yourself, I believe, was involved in the standing up of this committee as an initial task force. And I know administration may have some background. I'm wondering if we can get a bit of a background of the creation of the GCC, how long it's been in existence, what the economic development group was like at that point in time in relation to staffing size and capacity, and kind of how it's maybe evolved over the years to what we see in front of us today.
Administration.
Sure. Thanks, Your Worship. Maybe I'll start with just some general timing to begin with. So, although I don't have the date in front of me, recollection would be that some point in 2012, 2013, the creation of an economic development or growth and commerce task force was began, and that ran its course for about a year, maybe 18 months in my recollection, at which point in time it was stood up as a committee of council as per the bylaws of the day kind of thing, terms of reference, reporting to council, so on and so forth. As such, so if I had to say from any time about 2013, 2014 until present, has essentially operated under that sort of terms of reference structure, reporting to council through that. And then as we kind of moved into a different way of creating by bylaw the different committees of council. That's what's brought us here this evening. In relation to organizational, construct and size scope at the time. So, again, my general recollection, which I believe to be accurate, Your Worship, the rest of council, was at the beginning, or at the 2012, 2013 timeframe, the economic development functional area had one staff member directly in it that reported to the CAO at the time. And there was a couple similar positions within the organizational structure. That would have changed. Again, I won't know the exact year, but from that point to where we are today, there's now 3 FTE equivalents, so to speak, in the functional area of economic development. Your Worship, through Councillor Lori, I'll just stop there, and if there's something else, I can speak to it.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarity? Councillor Lori?
Thank you, Your Worship. And just going through, excuse me, the purpose statement of the terms of reference on page 32. It speaks, the Growth and Commerce Committee will identify, support, and advise council on opportunities to create a successful commercial, industrial, and residential climate in Stony Plain through. And then it lists the active expanding knowledge of economic development to effectively support, attending target sector industry events, and engaging in formalized business visitations, events, workshops, etc. I'm just wondering, because we've had a lot of discussion about our budgeting and events, whether it be through Build, whether it's ICSC, any of those, are the items listed in A, B, C in any way limited to only those members of the Growth and Commerce Committee?
I would say no. The answer is that when we changed our expenses, that we want to make sure that every availability for members of council to expand the knowledge and understanding of what's happening in the community. You can attend any conference that is kind of outlined that we had that conversation in terms of Build or ICSC or things like our RMA, which is the Rural Municipalities Association that I've attended a few times, but definitely those, the FCM Sustainability Conference, which other members of council have attended as well. So the idea was to make it very, very open for members of council to expand their knowledge so that they can do the job better.
Excellent, thank you. So again, just for clarity then, under the purpose of the terms of reference, there is nothing under the purpose of the Growth and Commerce Committee that is exclusive to members appointed to the Growth and Commerce Committee.
That is correct, just like every other thing.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for clarity to administration? Councillor Hansford, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're asking for questions. I would like to offer a comment, if I may, please. One of the first things, this is in terms of when this committee first came to life, and I believe, Mr. Mayor, what year did you become mayor?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hansford. When I became mayor, I started the task force in 2012. After 2013, council at the time saw that year and a half of the task force being enacted and saw the benefits of it and made it into a committee of council.
An actual committee.
In 2013.
So it actually changed from being an operational task force into being called a committee. But I think we were called committee, right, even from the beginning. But anyway, it was when our mayor became mayor, one of the very first things he did was create this, and that is because council had seen clearly that we needed to have a better balance between our residential and our commercial and industrial tax base. Because when there's no way residential can pay for itself, and it was clear that we needed to increase the other two in order to have a better balance. So just thought I would offer that, Mr. Mayor, as a reference, and that would make our CAO exactly right as to when it was
Thank you.
created.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any more questions for clear understanding to administration? Councillor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to refer to Page 27, 28, 32, and 33, and page 34. On 27 through 33, you refer to the CAO, and on page 34, we go back to the town manager. Is there a difference between the two, and does that need to be just changed to CAO throughout, or to town manager throughout?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Palechko. On page 34, I believe it's referring to the town manager. Those were the old terms of reference. We have moved to a practice of referring to the CAO as specified in the Municipal Government Act, and if we've missed one, we will get that cleared up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palechko, for that clarity. Any more questions for clarity and understanding to administration? See none. Councillor Meyer for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you. That Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2716/G/25, a bylaw to establish the Growth and Commerce Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Motion's on the floor. Members of council, the floor is open up for comments, questions, and debate. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take a moment to speak to the process that went into this coming back to council in the format that it did today. Certainly, in our previous discussion, there were some information pieces and questions brought to light that led to quite a lengthy and robust discussion by the members of the GCC committee, certainly through the lens of membership. And what that would look like, and then also in terms of the chair of the committee itself. And so I think for other members of council who I think we're all present for that discussion to see the terms come back this evening similar to or the same as they were that first time. Certainly there can be some questions as to what discussion and dialogue was had. The dialogue around membership was one that took up a considerable amount of time, and the pros and cons of opening up the membership certainly were considered. In the end, it was determined through a vote of the members of that committee to maintain the structure, but the sentiment that was raised by our colleagues in terms of the active engagement and what opportunities exist and what opportunities maybe were we missing was something that led to some further discussion. And so there was a commitment from members of that committee, not by policy or procedure, but just out of community engagement and wanting to ensure the business sector is represented, to attend and participate in meetings of the Greater Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce. And so there was an intent and a commitment by members there to increase our attendance at GPRC events and activities to ensure that we were able to gain some of the insight that was suggested we may be missing. But in our discussion felt like expanding the membership was not something that we wanted to consider at this time. In regard to the chair as well, certainly I think that one was a little bit less time. I think there's merits to council taking the chair role there, but I also felt personally now, not as a member of the committee, that there was also an importance, or I shouldn't say importance, a value in having the CAO continue to chair that committee in terms of flow of information and that sort of thing. And so we hope that the members of council recognize that this wasn't something that was glossed over by members of GCC, but there was considerable time. I think one of my colleagues was late for another appointment due to the length of time that we took, but wanted to make sure that we responded to the questions and comments raised by our colleagues before making a decision and referring it back to council.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson, for that recap. I definitely appreciate hearing that the committee did have a robust conversation about the two issues and concerns that members of council had. I'm glad to hear that there was that conversation, and coming forward, it was discussed. And then at this point in time, the recommendation is to continue as it is, as was presented earlier, until further review later on. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hansard, you had your hand up. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I'm having difficulty finding the location, but around this committee, there was a reference made to reporting and how the information from Growth and Commerce comes back. So I don't know if there's anybody in admin that can point me in the right direction, but the terminology is that we would be providing information about the Growth and Commerce meetings by way of the minutes and reports. And I'm just wondering, do we have any other committee that is in which the terms of reference are expressed to require the reports, council member reports, back to other members of council? Or do we use the word reporting back to council? Because originally we were doing verbal reports. More recently, that got changed to written reports. It could change, and there could be some other requirement. And I'm just wondering if there is a wisdom in just saying that we will report back from each meeting in addition to the minutes, rather than the exact terminology that's used.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Hansard, we're looking at page 33, I believe.
Okay.
5.1, if you're looking for
All right.
a point in the agenda.
5.1. Yes, it says the growth, and just so the public who's watching this now or later, it's talking about evaluation and reporting. The Growth and Commerce Committee will report to town council through meeting minutes and member committee reports shared with council colleagues. And that the idea behind this is so that all of council is kept up to date on some of the things that are going on within the committee. Do we require that in any other term of reference for any other council committee?
Okay. Thank you, Councillor
Where
Hansard.
we specifically, sorry, Mr. Mayor, speak to the council committee reports?
No, the other terms of reference do not speak to that. However, all the committees that are created through the Town of Stony Plain bylaw does come back to the mini minutes. And as you mentioned, council, we're creating our own policy where, as you mentioned, we used to have verbal updates from all members of council. Now we've gone to a little bit more of a formalized written report so that we have it on paper, and then our staff kind of file it. So if somebody else gets moved around, there's a history of those reports.
Right, so it's a practice. We haven't actually made that policy anywhere.
It is how we're currently operating as a council to keep everybody informed.
Okay, so it's our practice at this time.
Right, and I think this is another way of furthering our maturity as a community and members of council as we continue to strengthen the bylaws and the committees that we do have to allow us to, further our knowledge and also then share that with members of council.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for clear understanding and debate, please? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. And before going forward, I had one question of clarity here that I missed, so I'm just hoping I can ask that now. Yep, thank you. So through you to administration, particularly the CAO, the Economic Development Department is one very specific business unit within the town. It speaks again in the terms of reference and so on and so forth in regards to advisory, education, conference attendance, so on and so forth. Is there any other business unit within the town to which council has this level of specific engagement and involvement in a board or committee framework?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Laurie and rest of council, I think the short answer would be no. There's some parallel to a couple of the other committees of council, i.e. the PAC, the Planning Advisory, although not council-related, works with a business unit, so to speak. The Cultural Roundtable, although populated with members of the public and I believe a single member of council, has interaction at the business unit level, I would say. Sorry, I'm just top of mind kind of running through the list. And community and social development would have similar to, I believe, the way it's set up now, similar to the Cultural Roundtable's general level of input with a single, or I don't think there is a council member on there. There is? Yeah. Yes. So no direct similarities, a couple relative parallels is what I would say.
Thank you. And so just for clarity on that answer, then the other 3 council-created boards and committees are comprised of public members and subject matter experts or vested interest.
Yeah, I think, that's one way you could put it. The other way would be that the GCC is the only one comprised of 3 elected officials.
Thank you. And then just a final question on that. For another business unit, let's take, say, parks. How do they interact with council in regards to advisory, education, and conference attendance? So for instance, like council is free to attend the Alberta Recreation and Parks Association conference, and where we gain education, so on and so forth, and there's no committee basis with this. So in regards to, and I'm referencing this in the purpose, I guess, of the GCC and what is kind of defined there, how do we achieve that with other business units within the town?
Okay. Go ahead, Administration.
Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie. So yeah, let me just think for a second here. So, to use, if we're going to stay on the parks as a parallel, so to speak, the interaction level there with elected officials or governance body, so to speak, would be through aspects of open space, master planning, perhaps the odd service level direction or input, and then in generally speaking through corporate plan processes where initiatives may come forward directly from a particular area, so on and so forth. And I would say also through quarterly report updates, may or may not have things from any given business unit within the community that are indicated or included and so on. I'll stop there, Your Worship. Certainly could go further if required.
Okay. And then, so for clarity, so a lot of that process then revolves around the council meeting process. So if council was, if administration was looking to bring items forward to council in respect to parks, that would traditionally be done through either a council meeting, a governance and priorities meeting, a workshop, or potentially just communication such as memos.
Your Worship, I think to that question, I'd say generally the answer would be yes, or yes would be the general answer there.
Thank you. That's all the questions clarity I have right now.
Thank you. Okay, members of council, any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion for second reading? Okay. Just want to double check with administration. So there was back in a little while ago when we referred this back to the committee was supposed to review 2 things. Is correct? Was the chair of the committee and the membership.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay. And both those were discussed through the recap from Councillor Anderson of the committee, that both of those things were discussed, and recreation coming back is what was recommended the first time around.
Through your worship, that is correct.
Okay, thank you, and I definitely appreciate your work, Councillor Meyer, Councillor Hansard, and then Councillor Anderson on making sure that you did what Council directed you to. And I'll have to kind of recall that back when we first discussed this, there was an amendment to change the chair that was defeated 3-4, and that is a decision of Council. We need to live by that. And then there was also the motion to refer, which was passed by Council, and the committee did what they were supposed to do. And this is the recommendation coming back forward. Councilor Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking actually at a point that Councillor Hansard has raised, and certainly on our second go-around, we didn't look at this specifically, but this idea of practice versus policy, and that relates to our current practice with this current council of providing member committee reports, and that's something that we've discussed to try to keep each other informed as to what's going on. But I'm not sure that it fits in here as a matter of terms of reference or policy, and so I do want to put a motion on the floor, if I could, to amend, and that's 5.1, and just striking everything after meeting minutes. So removing and member committee reports shared with council colleagues, and then I believe I spoke to the rationale of that already.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. So administration, if we can get that typed in. So it would be the amendment to remove anything after 5.1 says through meeting minutes, and then everything else is crossed off. Okay, Councilor Anderson, you already spoke to that, so I'll open the floor to members of council for questions of clarity to the mover and to debate. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can appreciate that, and I think this is where we start to get into a bit of challenge with this. And after this discussion, I will have another matter to bring forward on it. I wouldn't support that. I think we've heard from council many, many times with many of our boards and committees, whether they're council created or whether they're appointed, that the level of information in meeting minutes does not meet the essentially appetite or requirement of council to be properly informed on ongoing matters, and in particular, given that this is a council-created committee that is only comprised of members of council, I think having that additional reporting requirement as actually written in to the terms of reference, should this committee, should this bylaw pass, I think is an important part. I think there is a duty of members of council on these committees to keep the balance of council informed, and it is stated right in the purpose. It is stated that they are to ensure that the balance of council is aware of this, and they are to advise council. And so, in my eyes, when I see advise council, there has to be a tangible, there has to be a definition of how that committee is advising council. And aside from a set of meeting minutes, there is nothing else mentioned if we remove this from the policy, or the terms of reference. My apologies. Also, I would have a question. Are we able to modify the terms of reference, or are we only able to modify the bylaw?
Okay, administration.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Lowry. The terms of reference form part of the bylaw. They're scheduled to the bylaw, so ultimately you are amending the bylaw.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on that? Councillor Meyer.
And maybe I'll direct this to my fellow councillor, Councillor Lowry. So when I think advise council, I'm thinking when the committee would make a formal motion and then would advise council in that manner. I'm just curious if maybe I'm understanding it different than what you would call advise council, because inform would maybe be the word that I'm thinking what you're describing.
May I, Your Worship?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. I'm just wondering if you can provide me with an example.
So I'm thinking of, I don't know, maybe the, in cases of like the economic development strategy would have been like a formal recommendation from the Growth and Commerce Committee to Council to adopt that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I would just ask the question of how that would differ from, for instance, our active transportation master plan, which does not go through a committee.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Thank you. So you're stating that they are advising council through their review of the Economic Development Strategy and Action Plan. And I'm just asking you the question then, so the Active Transportation Master Plan, for example, does not go through a separate committee before it appears to council. So I'm just wondering how the Growth and Commerce Committee's role in that would be any different than that plan coming directly to council.
Sorry, I'm confused. Was the Active Transportation Master Plan a Growth and Commerce Committee plan?
No, the Active Transportation Master Plan came from another business unit within the municipality.
Yep. Okay, so in terms of why this task force was set up and then council created the committee after the task force was because we saw that we needed a little more eyes from members of council on the commercial economic environment within the town of Stony Plain. And hence, that's why that came forward with 3 members of council on the task force originally, and then it merged over to 3 members of the committee. So the idea is to have conversations about what we're hearing in the community, bringing in subject experts and different sector experts to make presentations. And the idea of having the presentations on the amendment, so let's keep that to the amendment. The amendment was, as I mentioned earlier, was trying to kind of move us up one level to have that included. Councillor Anderson has made the motion to remove it because it's not really quite yet policy. And I would direct everyone to the email from Councillor Hansard a little while ago regarding the January 22nd, 2025, the Governance and Committee report. So I think the idea is do we want that in there officially, or do we continue to, as policy, as how our norm we've been operating is we've gone from verbal updates to members of council to a more written process. And at this point in time, the town manager and myself and with the administration are developing a policy for council that will address some of these things in terms of appointments, reports, and all that stuff that will be to council before the next election. Okay, I had Deputy Mayor, then I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak to this, please. I'm leaning strongly in the direction of supporting the amendment, and I just want to say that it would not be hard to go through many documents, many different departments in the town and pull out examples and compare them to this amendment to not stipulate reports as in written reports back to council from this particular committee. It used to be years ago, before you became Mayor Choi, that reporting was done on occasion. It was not necessarily even regularly. When you became mayor, I think you got into a practice of having all of council, several councils before this council, give quarterly reports verbally in a pre-meeting to bring up issues that were going on. But even that, I can understand perhaps why some, Councillor Laurie in particular, preferred to write out some details, because quarterly, it's very hard to remember details and report on things that might come up significantly. And so the idea, and that's really all it was an idea and a practice by 1 or 2 to provide written reports of their committee meetings. No problem with that, but at another point in time, not that long ago, it was decided that we would have written reports. And then it turned from just being something more of a written report about what goes on in a meeting, aside from the minutes, to becoming a required thing, where now we are asked to provide this and asked to provide it within a certain period of time. And yet, there's not actually been a motion of council. Nothing formal has come before us. We've had 2 discussions or 3 or more in pre-meeting and at other occasions about this practice, but it has never been set in stone. My reason to question this piece being in a term of reference is we have nothing that has made this an actual in stone practice. We practice it, but it's nothing formal decided that we would. It's just what we happen to do. We used to also then, we graduated from these verbal reports quarterly to a written report, and some meetings are easy to report on, others not so easy. And then there was a further discussion about what kind of reports. And so my only point about this is, at another point in time, it could be next council, it could be another year. Here we're going to be sitting with a term of reference for 4 years. I believe we get these reviewed is it yearly or every 4 years? And so now we're going to be sitting with this as the guide, what is required, but we could change the method. It could be verbal, it could be videoed, it could be some other form of reporting so that ideas are captured and shared with all members of council. But here we do this in a different kind of way. If I'm not mistaken, this speaks to written reports. And so I'm just saying that can change. It certainly has changed over time from council to council, mayor to mayor, and with this mayor, because you've been mayor for quite a long time, Mr. Mayor, that it has changed a couple or 3 times under your leadership. And I'm just wondering about the wisdom of having it put in here. The other thing is, we have done nothing to establish it in writing anywhere. This would be a first. This would be a first. And here we're putting it in a term of reference that becomes part of a bylaw that will now be, nothing is really in cement, but it's seen as more in cement. And I realize this conversation may be a bit uncomfortable for some, but we have to be realistic here as to what we're doing. If we're going to make it a requirement, I just asked my earlier question, what makes this different than anything else? What makes this different than the advisory committee to planning? Because really, as counselors, we know very little. From time to time, we're given a report on what that committee does, and that committee has a very big say through our appointees there, none of which are counselors, none. The public members give advice, and it's taken into consideration by planning, and planning goes forward with their work, and they put it before us, and we're voting, but we, as counselors, the elected officials, the ones who are answerable back to our electorate, do not even actually have a direct say in upcoming development, except for those things that come before us for approval, like land use bylaw, area structure plans, and things like that. But there is a citizen group that is advising planning and probably having a pretty good effect on what comes out of the planning department. And so if we're going to do this here, then I think we're going to have to do a pretty big clean sweep of all these various ways that everything is reported on. And will we be requiring written reports from those members? Will the Planning Advisory Committee give us a written report as to what they've discussed with planning? I don't think that was the intention for why they were set up. We did away with Municipal Planning Commission, in which at least 2 counselors or 3 could be attending those meetings and know what was going on and share it among members of council. But we don't have that anymore. And so my point is, why do we want to dig our heels in on this committee and put it into bylaw that we have these written reports And that has never actually been a decision by council in any other format except here. And for those reasons, I will stand behind the amendment unless somebody here can convince me by their wisdom or experience of a good reason to change that. I'm leaning in the direction of supporting this amendment for that very good reason. We may change things, the format may become different, and we're going to lock ourselves in a bylaw that makes no sense.
Point of clarity, Your
Okay,
Worship.
thank you, Councillor Hanser, Deputy Mayor. So the amendment here does not say written. It's just a report back, so it could be verbal, it could be a video, like as you mentioned, it could be anything how the committee members plan to do it. It does not say written at all. It is just, again, a commitment from the committee to share some of the conversations that would have happened there that was not captured in the minutes. And as the minutes, you can, as you mentioned, the Planning Advisory Committee, we just adopted those minutes on 7.2, which has the minutes of the Planning Advisory Committee, but there's no notes or kind of conversation of what happened there because there was no member of council conversation that was there. The January 22nd Growth and Commerce Committee, as mentioned, the minutes were there and followed up by your report back to council, which is exactly what we've been operating, and that, written or not, that is the privy of us as a council and myself as the mayor of how I want to keep this team informed. So if not in there, it's still my privy to ask for written reports or verbal reports from everybody.
Point of clarity, Your Worship.
Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. There were several comments there in referring to the Planning Advisory Committee and Council's ability to have input on development. I would like to provide clarity or have administration confirm clarity on two. Number one is written feedback from the Planning Advisory Committee or written notes from the Planning Advisory Committee. That is actually provided to Council outside of meeting minutes because that is included in the package that Council receives from the Planning Department when Council is to debate matters that have gone before the Planning Advisory Committee. And secondary to that, it was stated that council does not get the opportunity to have input into the planning portions, and that actually is not true because that council's opportunity is that council meeting when, whether it's that land use bylaw amendment, area structure plan, when that matter actually comes before council, that is council's opportunity to provide feedback, to provide input, and to make any changes.
That's right. And also council creates the land use bylaw and other subdivision and zoning as well, which council has direct control over. Council will set the overarching parameters. The Planning Advisory Committee will review them based on those overarching direction from council and make the recommendations to council, and then council will have the ultimate ability to pass or not pass a suggested bylaw change or zoning amendment. Okay, members of council, Councilor Pletchko, you had your hand up, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to start with a few general comments with a few questions, if I could.
Right now, if we can stay with the amendment. So general comments is, the amendment is to remove members' committee reports shared with council colleagues.
I believe my comments will be related to this. If I'm out of line, if you could steer me back in the right direction, I'd be happy to be steered back in the correct direction. So I'm going to start off first with this bylaw. Every time it comes forward, every time we have a discussion about GCC, it's related to everyone on council wants to know what's going on within the development within our community. And I think it's probably one of the most contested ones that we have of all the boards and committees that we sit on. It is truly one where 3 individuals of council sit on it and quite often know more than the rest of council. So I think what we're trying to deal with here today is the proper way for all of council to be involved in it. So my first question will be to administration, or maybe Mayor Choi, you can answer this question. Is there a way to change this committee completely from 3 to all of council? Then we do not have to worry about having council reports or committees. We are all on the same page. And I think what I hear throughout time and time is that we're not on the same page. And I think of developments that I will not refer to at this time, but developments that are happening within our community that many of us have found out 3-4 months down the road. And that is something that needs to stop at this council chamber. So first question is there a way to have this committee, and would it make sense, Mayor Choi, for everybody to be there, which would eliminate half of this conversation?
That's the question to all members of council. The motion can be made to change it. However, then we're going to have the same issue that we're having now. Everything that comes forward will have X number of eyes on it versus 3 sets of eyes. The idea of the committee and task force originally was not to bog it down with all the opinions and suggestions of every members of council. Hence, that's why the other committees, we do not have that as well. So I think the idea here, it was brought back for us. There was some conversation about how the terms of reference was set up. There was a direction from council to keep the chair as the CAO. Then there was a first reading that was passed 5-2. Then at that point in time, members of council were still not happy with the conversation because they did not believe that the chair should be the CAO and that it should have been increased membership to other members. And then there was the motion to refer back to the committee. And at that time I said, we're referring to a committee to ask them to do 2 things, was to review who should be chair and how should the committee makeup be. They did that and they came back with a recommendation. So again, are we going against council's wishes because there's something on there that we personally do not like?
I appreciate the commentary, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to call point of order because we are so far away from what the amendment actually was. If members of council feel like this committee is no longer relevant, I think that can be discussed at a later time, but I would like us to get back to the amendment at hand, please.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson, as a moving moment. So the amendment is to remove the reporting.
Okay, I'll speak to that then. So for me, I think that report is important for all of council to be able to see. And I get that some of us do not like to write reports. I understand that. So I'm not sure at this point in time, unless I hear from other members of council, that I could support this. I think it's very important that we clarify so that every member of council is on the same page going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Councilor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wasn't sure if you saw my hand or not this time.
Oh, saw it. It was nice and high, so that's good.
I don't believe I can support the motion as it is amended. As it's been mentioned, these reports are important as it does update council to what is going on. When we don't have things written out, it leads things for interpretation, and I struggle with that immensely. The intent behind everything might not be the same intent to everybody, and so without it being written out and saying this is what should be done, it leaves it so people can say, well, you got the minutes, I thought it was enough, I don't think there was any other relative information, but you might not know what it is that I was looking for within that commentary. So if there is a conversation, in this case, something economic development related that we feel is important, but the members felt that they discussed it was good enough and the minutes captured XYZ was discussed, and leave it at that. The 4 of us do not have that. I think it is important to have these committee reports, and as Councillor Hansard mentioned, they're not anywhere else. This line is not anywhere else. So maybe that is the problem with the other committees. And maybe it is the policy that we don't have that should be in place, that says we have to get these reports done in a timely manner. You pointed out very clearly that on January 22nd, they had a meeting. We got the update from Councillor Hansard. There was some confusion, some delays, not an issue, but we got the meeting update on March 9th. They have met again on March 19th. We are sitting here almost a month later, no report. I understand things have come up, I understand things change, but that still leaves 4 of us without knowing any other conversation, minus what Councillor Anderson said today.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I do want to respond to that very quickly. There wasn't a report. I was committed, and I had committed to council to write that report. I chose not to, knowing that this conversation was going to come forward this evening, and so that was very specific to this particular dialogue and this coming back into council chambers tonight. And so I do own that one. I could have clarified for council my reasoning for not bringing that forward earlier, but that is why nothing came forward until this evening.
Okay, thank you. Any other good comments, Councillor Loynes? Anything else? Okay, and I think this is something that we have to work on as members of council. I think this has been talked about enough. I will support the motion. Actually, no, I will not support the motion because I want to keep it in there because, as I mentioned, this is like our chance to start elevating our game in terms of members of council and having everyone informed. As this is in there, and I think it provides that direction to the members of the committee to have that report, either verbally or written. To date, we have been evolving to a written format. And then that really goes to show that we need this in this terms of reference. For example, as I mentioned, 7.1 was the Growth and Commerce Committee from January 22nd. We did receive a report from Councillor Hansard earlier in March. The Planning Advisory Committee, we do not see the councillor's report because there's no councillor in there. For the February 19th Zoning Plan Board Library, I did not see a report come from the individual that highlighted that attended that. And also 7.4 for the Community Social Roundtable on February 25th. I checked my email. I did not see that unless I missed it.
No, but you did get a verbal report where we discussed, I had said we had just gone over the terms of reference, there was nothing to add, and you had admitted that was acceptable for conversation.
Right. So then that goes to what, as Councillor Hansard has mentioned, that there is not. So that's why the town manager, myself, and our team are looking to finalize the policy for this council term. That will be brought forward before the end of council to be approved or altered, and then that will go make it more firm for the next council that sits in our chairs. So I will not support the amendment to remove. I think it is a good step forward for us in terms of committee development. Beyond the debate, I will go to Councillor Anderson to close.
Well, it at times felt like my colleagues were sort of making my arguments for me, but taking a different stance. And so I do want to sum up a couple of things. Number one, I think the intent in everything that I heard from council is an intent to be informed. It's this desire to know. One of the changes that has been made through this process, specific to the Growth and Commerce Committee, was previous iterations of the committee did go in camera at times to discuss things that were then not privy to other members of council. That's since been clarified. It's no longer the practice. And now moving forward, and I'm actually going to look to admin just with this question, it's my understanding these meetings will be live streamed and available to the public at some point. Is that still moving forward or still the intent?
Yeah, sorry, Your Worship, I think, as this committee in specific has 3 members of council on it, the idea was that, over due course, all committee meetings would be in some way, shape, or form held publicly. Frankly, no specific timing to that, but the intent would be for all committee meetings to at some point be opened up to the public via live stream.
Perfect, thank you. So this idea of 3 no more than the rest, by intention, I think going through this process will no longer be that level of concern that maybe it has been in the past. And when there were things shared at GCC in camera, I was one of the councillors that raised the concern that there was information that some had that I was not aware of, and felt like I was not able to, in some capacity, help move forward the work of our community because there were pieces of information that I did not have. We're now at a place where those concerns have been addressed through this process, and we're looking to make this more public. There were several references to the evaluation and reporting of other council committees, and I've got 5 different ones up on my screen right now, and this is the only one that has that stipulation of an additional member committee reports. The others look at quarterly basis, annual basis, and so on. And so certainly I think there's a desire to be in the know. but I'm not convinced it needs to be laid out in the terms of reference here. And I will take that a step further, Mr. Mayor, to your point that there is a policy in the works that would address this level of reporting for all council boards and committees, not just our own council committees, but external boards and committees that council has members sitting on. The library was mentioned. And so if we have a policy in the works that's going to address all of council's ABCs, if you will, those boards and committees, I'm not convinced that we need to stipulate a specific here that's different than the rest of the reporting requirements in any of the other boards and committees that we have discussed. And so if the intent there is for that to come back to council in the near term, and I think I heard, before the next election that it would impact this council, I mean, we're talking in less than 6 months. And so we're only talking about a meeting or two that would occur during that time. And so certainly I think there's elements of practice, there are elements of culture within council, and there is a desire to be in the know. We've chosen as a council, it started with verbal, to move to written. But again, with a new policy coming down, I'm not convinced that we need to have a one-off here specifically related to GCC that stipulates those additional member committee reports. And so with respect, Mr. Mayor, to the work that you and the CAO are doing to bring that council reporting policy forward for discussion, I do stand by this. I do think that we may create, I don't want to say confusion, but that new council reporting will have to either align with this or we'll have to come back here and change this one. And so I think we make one policy that stipulates what reporting is expected between my council colleagues and the mayor and our team, but I'm not convinced it needs to be here specifically.
Thank you for closing, Councilor Anderson. Members of council, we've had quite a bit of conversation on the amendments, so I think it's good enough to call the question. All in favor in favor of the amendment to remove the last sentence in 5.1 of the terms of reference? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is defeated, and that will stay in.
Point of procedure, Your Worship.
Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just wondering if administration can advise. There were some comments made earlier in regards to the first reading. And so this is an establishing bylaw for the Growth and Commerce Committee, which does include a terms of reference, which has been where most of the debate has been centered around at this point in time. I'm just curious in regards to the procedure here. So there's been some discussion about whether or not the Growth and Commerce Committee should potentially even exist and whether council wishes for that committee to continue. I'm curious if, is council limited to matters of debate and discussion in second reading only to the changes that were requested and the referral back that was provided in first reading? Or is council open to debate any and all matters of the establishing bylaw? And secondary, if the establishing bylaw were to be defeated, would that then trigger the dissolution of the Growth and Commerce Committee, or would the dissolution of the Growth and Commerce Committee have to be done through a separate motion of council?
Go ahead, administration.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. So until the 3 readings are passed, the bylaw in its entirety is up for debate, changes, proposed changes, etc. If council defeats the reading of the bylaw, then the GCC cannot be formally established, which is a requirement under the Municipal Government Act.
So for clarity, if it cannot be formally established, does that then mean that it ceases to exist?
Through your worship, to Councillor Laurie, if we do not establish the bylaw, it will not be considered a true committee of council, and I would interpret that council would look at dissolving the committee, yes.
Okay. I don't think council needs to dissolve it because, as mentioned through the last couple of years, we've been creating the bylaw that allows us to create the the committees within our council. So if this does not get passed, then we do not have this committee. Then we can, as in the past, the mayor has the right to create a task force that will address certain issues without going to council and appoint members to that task force, as I've done in the past, where we needed different things in terms of the economic stimulus and the social status when we had COVID and different things. Those were task forces that were stood up to address issues in our community that were not committees. So this is just to bring up what we have already been doing as a committee to fall in line with the bylaws and to be in line with the MGA. If not, then there's other ways that we can look at this. So I can create another growth and commerce task force.
Your worship, can you provide references to where the authority of the mayor to do so exists?
Administration, do you have that handy?
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. When council passed their committee governance framework, section 3.5.0 provides for the establishment of task force.
Okay, so thank you for your questions, Councilor Laurie. So as mentioned, the two things that were referred back to committee were reviewed, but we're still dealing with second reading, which has everything on the board. So unless somebody wants to make another amendment to address some of the issues that we have talked about, the one amendment that I will not accept is the amendment to change the chair, because that was already dealt with by amendment of council, and that was defeated. And I will not accept another amendment to remove the reporting requirement to members of colleagues, because that was also a motion of council, and that was also defeated. So we need to uphold the direction of council. So the only thing that I have heard from this debate today and conversation last time is that maybe they want to open it up. So if members of council, if that is what the only other sticking point to this, then please make an amendment to do that. If not, we're going to move on.
Your worship, sorry, can I just get reference to where in the committee governance framework that was again?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. 3.5.0 gives council the authority to establish task force, official task force.
Thank you. And so for clarity then, the mayor stated he had the sole authority to establish and stand up a task force. 3.5.0 says council may establish by resolution a task force. So does the mayor have direct authority to create a task force without the resolution of council?
Your worship, if we can just have a minute I was getting some advice at that point, so.
Okay. So Councilor, you're looking for the I's and the T's that cross this and trying to challenge this, which I have no problem with. However, that's how we've been operating as a council for many years, to allow the mayor to convene task forces to help address issues in our community. You were part of council when we've done a couple of them, and again, it was not an issue. However, this is, as the procedure bylaw passes, I think, what is the difference between a task force and an official task force of council? Because I've known other members of council that have created semi-task forces where they've had conversations with industry leaders and business leaders and brought back that information to council. So I'm just trying to figure out.
So are you asking for a response?
I'm asking for administration to, if they.
No, you asked me directly.
No, I was talking to administration.
You referenced me.
I was referenced you as you're looking for the I's and the T's to cross everything. So I'm just trying to confirm where it is, as you mentioned, that is it an official task force of council, or is it a task force of the mayor?
So should council operate outside of policy?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. So in my experience, there are typically informal task force established by many mayors across Canada for specific purposes. It tends to be a general practice for very specific time-sensitive matters or urgent priority matters of those municipalities. The committee governance framework also provided us the ability to establish more formalized task force that have formal process as established by council. And the clarity in the committee governance framework provides that if that task force is longer in duration than a short-term nature, that it automatically has to move into the next process, which is an establishment by law.
Okay, thank you again. So just for clarity, the informal task forces are typically established in matters of urgency and time sensitive, similar to what we experienced during COVID when the Economic and Social Task Force were stood up. However, other task forces traditionally go through an actual resolution process.
Through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. So I would say for the most part, however, that would be dependent on the municipality and the matter at hand.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Members of Council, the floor is open for second reading. Does anybody want to make changes to the terms of reference of the bylaw? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll go ahead and I'll speak on this now. I think it's very clear that there's been robust discussion around the Growth and Commerce Committee over the last several years. I want to start by stating that my debate on this matter is actually not on the value of the activities undertaken and of the desire to ensure that the town of Stony Plain has great economic development. What it is that since the creation of this in 2012, 2013, the town of Stony Plain has significantly matured. And particularly, we have matured in our capacity and our administration. I heard many items tonight, and this is as a result of a review of this since it last came to council, of my perspective of this from sitting on the committee and my perspective of this of not sitting on the committee, of the feedback that I've heard from my fellow council colleagues who have sat on the committee and who haven't been on the committee at certain times. And I struggle, because this is a council-created board, I struggle to support this establishment bylaw. And the big reason of that is in going through the terms of reference that are provided and going through item 1, the purpose, and item 2, the objectives. And one of my strongest challenges with this is with everything that council has done and with every other business unit that council has oversight on through governance, we do these same things. We do these exact same things. So we look to actively expand our knowledge and support the implementation of strategies and action plans, regardless of the business unit. We attend target sector events and conferences to stay informed about emerging trends and opportunities, to gather insights, and to elevate our presence or performance, whether it's for investments or not. Again, any business unit, whether it's a governance conference, whether it's a Parks and Recreations conference, whether it's a road conference, and council recognized through the changes to our budget and our management of our expenses that all of council should have the opportunity to attend any of the events, conferences, and so on and so forth, not limited to specific boards or committees. And then item C, engaging in business visitation processes, events, workshops, meetings to strengthen collaboration with the local business community. I don't see why, for example, business visitation should be limited to members of GCC. I think any member of council should be able, if available, to attend a business visitation. All of council has the opportunity, again, as we discussed, to attend events such as the EDA conference, such as the build lunches, and many members of council, both on and not on the GCC, have done so. So further on, when we go into the objectives, again, I look at these and I'm trying to understand the advantage, if you would call it that, of having a specific committee to undertake these objectives. Facilitating strategic discussions, creating platform for meeting discussions on the economic development. Again, we have things like our governance and priorities meetings, where it's a less formalized agenda. We have workshops that can be done. Strengthening the collaborative networks. Again, I already spoke to that before. Active participation in any of the business events and what have you strengthens that network. Keeping administration informed. I think that's the duty of every single member of council, whether they are on this committee in specific or not. And then providing informed advice. Again, we do that to every business unit. Going back to the creation of this, when this committee was initially stood up as a task force and then turned into a committee, as I mentioned, the capacity and the maturity of the town was significantly different than it is today. The Economic Development Department had one staff member. And that staff member also had a small portion of additional roles in relation to government relations, and that staff member reported directly to the CAO. So from an administrative perspective, we had 2 staff members. The addition of the task force and the Growth and Commerce Committee provided 5. However, as I have experienced on the Growth and Commerce Committee, as was referenced earlier by Councillor Anderson, there's a gray area with the GCC in where at times it has treaded into operations, not governance. And that is where I become challenged on this. And the CAO sitting on this task force this committee and having the chair is a great, I would call it protection for council to ensure that that barrier is not broken and to refer back to that. But you know, when we look at it, I would liken it to snow clearing. Council wouldn't sit at a desk and tell administration that we should clear the snow exactly this way. We have a policy, and council debates that policy, and council comes to an agreement on that policy, and then that is the policy in which the snow clearing is undertaken. And so that informed advice kind of gets challenged. But we have matured. And now, in economic development, we have 3 dedicated specific staff members. We also have a general manager that is responsible for the economic development department as part of their portfolio. And then we also have the CAO. So we have a very significant team focused on this. I am left asking myself, since we are being asked to establish this, what should a council-created board or committee do? Why should a council committee board exist? And what is that justification of making it a small selection of council to oversee items which then get forwarded on at times to council, and at other times our advice given back to administration by the select group on there? And again, recognize that I have been a part of this group, and this comes from being a part of that group. This comes from not being a part of that group. This comes from the understanding of economic development. This comes from an understanding of governance. In short, there was a comment earlier that the GCC was established to have more eyes on the economic development and growth. It was established to help ensure there was an increase in commercial and industrial tax base and growth within the town of Stony Plain. This is back to the establishment. These are comments from yourself, Mayor Choi, and from Councillor Hanser. My question would be, what provides more eyes? Does having economic development as a business unit report into council and engage with council the same way as our other business units provide more eyes? Or does creating a committee with only 3 members of council provide more eyes? In relation to the increase in commercial and industrial tax base and growth, there's a policy now that's in place in regards to the tax split, and I would again argue that all of council is heavily invested, involved, engaged, and focused on this. So I do appreciate the work that has gone into this. I appreciate the debate that other members of council have brought forward to date and that will continue. And I will say that I'm very ready and willing to listen because I think this is a very important topic. And while I am leaning in a direction right now, my mind is not made up. But I am asking council to think very deeply about this specific establishing bylaw. And to think about what activities and actions necessitate this committee. Why does this committee exist? Why does it need to exist? What is it that is being done or needs to be done at this committee level that cannot be done at the council level? We've seen it and we've heard it multiple times from ourselves that we often have light agendas. When we speak with our peers and our colleagues in other municipalities, they talk to us sometimes about how busy their council is and how many things are on their council agendas and how many things that they discuss. And I look at this and saying, if this is brought to the same level as our other business units, we have that capacity. We have a fantastic staff that has been enabled through council, through our one employee as the CAO. The plans that are created can be done just like any other workshop that's been done. We can have feedback into them prior to them appearing in chambers, and then we can debate them just like we do other ones in chambers. And so I'll close simply by asking members of council to think of this opportunity with the establishing bylaw in front of us to justify and quantify what makes the Growth and Commerce Committee so different, so unique, so individual, and so specialized that it requires a committee of council to be formed, and what body of work that committee of council should be undertaking that the balance of council as a whole would not be able to.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Any other comments and questions and debate on the motion for second reading? Okay. See none, thank you for your comments, Councilor Laurie. I kind of agree with many of them. I think you made an argument to remove all committees within Town Stone Plain and have everything brought back to workshops between more eyes to look at, I think, to review. I don't believe that was the intent of what you wanted to do. I think you wanted to make this more open to all the members of council. We have the opportunity to revisit this on a yearly basis, as mentioned earlier in the previous, on February 10th, that the terms of reference are reviewed yearly. So if that is the case, we can definitely review it in a year if it passes. If not, then we will move on and to another direction. Go ahead, Councilor Batchel.
Thank you, Mayor Choi. Thank you for all the comments this evening, everybody. I do have a question to administration. What does this committee contribute towards the growth of the economic growth in the conjunction with the ECDEV department?
Excuse me. Your Worship, through to Councillor Plutchko, I think just to respond to that question, generally speaking, I would just turn it back to the terms of reference, either, the one that's in front of council now, and even going back to the previous version that had, in one way, shape, or form, had been there for quite some time. So that would generally outline the general purpose. So what we would be seeking to achieve would flow from there. Your Worship, I'll stop there. Should that suffice, fine. If not, I can speak further to it.
Councilor Batchel.
Actually, if you could speak further to it, I would appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship, through to members of council. So, having said the first part and leaving that part as part of the perspective, and I guess, Your Worship, I'll say, having sat through numerous GCC meetings going back now 12 years with various iterations of council members and so on, I'll speak more directly from I guess, that particular experience. I think part of the value that administration has received over the course of the life of the committee was generally, I would say, sorry, excuse me. As with any committee, as with a council, what value can be added that isn't already being performed? What gap exists? What can be, what perspective or what view or what input of value comes from this committee, council, any committee for that matter? I'll frame it that way. The ability to have trusted partners that will question assumptions that are being made, trusted partners that are going to quote unquote peer around corners. What's out there, what's a little bit further down the road that may or may not be discussed, in the document in front or the strategy that's being reviewed or so on and so forth. What value have I received sitting in those rooms for a number of years now? That would probably be my first and foremost. There's a comment about another set of eyes. I would agree with that. Just a little bit different perspectives, not tunnel vision, so to speak. Is there something we've missed? Is there something we've not caught, so to speak? I've always thought there was value coming from the GCC or any other committee. I frame it, Your Worship, and to the rest of the council, like, I already know what I know. Sometimes it's good to have people tell you what they know, hear what their perspectives are. So I think there's always been value there. I think I'll stop there. I know that's not written into the terms of reference necessarily directly, but that's always been what I believe to be the highest level value of a committee of any sort, is to generally question assumptions that may be made on any particular aspect, peer around corners, look a little bit further down the road than perhaps the operating side may be doing on any given day. I'll just stop there. That's over my experience in those rooms, that tends to be the value that I've seen.
Okay. Thank you, and that's a great question, Councilor Pechko, I think you asked that question wisely, because as you sit on the Stony Plain Library Board, the Library Board also has committees within that group as well to provide some input, make a little direction, but everything does not get passed at the committee level. It gets brought back to the full board for recommendations and suggestions, which we've seen here as members of the council as well, through the highway strategy program and different things that the committees that previously that sat on there, Councilor Laurie, Councilor Loynes, and Councilor Hansard, that had the lion's share of the highway development strategy, and then and the community, but it was also we had very little. And then it came back to council for final approval. I think that was a very good question to ask at the right time. Any follow-up?
Yeah, if I could just follow up. I want to thank you for that, because that's kind of what I was looking for. I was looking for a couple of key words that you brought to light. Is it creates a gap that may have been missed, and it creates value. The gap, if you look at when I first got on council, the growth within our community was almost stagnant. Today, we have a phenomenal growth within our community. And I wonder, from time to time, I can attribute it to lots of council, but also the Growth and Commerce Committee has good say in it. I sat on that committee. It has value within our community still, and I think it still has value going forward. As Mayor Choi referenced, many of the boards that we sit on, we have subcommittees that sit together and have discussions that bring forward more ideas, so many eyes, many hands make growth happen. And I think that's a key thing within our community. I don't want to see this Growth and Commerce Committee go away. I think it still has a great establishment within our community. Can it get better? Absolutely. I won't disagree with you, Councilor Laurie. I think there's an opportunity to move this forward. And having the discussion we had today, I'm sure will be had within the Growth and Commerce to see what they can do to better the relationship for all of us on council to be in the know all of the time. So I look forward to this committee still being a standing committee and moving the community forward.
Okay. Thanks for your comments, Councilor Pechko. Any other comments? Question. Councilor Hansard, then Councilor Anderson. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this, and thank you, Councillor, through you to Councillor Palechko for those words, because something may not be operating the way I particularly would like to see it operate, doesn't mean that it ought to be done away with. And I hope that really, truly, none of us really thinks that about anything. It would take more than one person to suggest we throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak. We've had really a lot of discussion around this, and one of the perspectives that I was hoping to have an opportunity to speak to came from Councillor Palechko's question, more or less, what has Growth and Commerce contributed? What has our role been? One of the things that I see, Mr. Mayor, is that for many years in Stony Plain, there seemed to be two sides. We don't want to grow. We want to stay 5,000 or 8,000 or 10,000 people. And the other group that felt in order to stay alive and be able to take care of the services required in residential and commercial areas, we had to grow. And everybody knows that residential growth does not pay for all of the maintenance of infrastructure and the snow plowing and everything. We pay a portion, but the overall cost is literally borne by the larger tax dollars extracted from industrial and commercial. It was not a quick answer to come up with the idea that we had to grow commercial and industrial development in order to make things better in the town for everybody, to keep the tax rate lower for everybody. If we were not growing we took a very concerted effort on Growth and Commerce Committee, whether I was on that committee or others, that we would make a concerted effort to grow our commercial and industrial base, and trusting that that was going to be an answer to a lot of the issues that we saw developing in Stony Plain, and to particularly fill in the infill areas and to fill up the North Business Park. And with the push that I believe Growth and Commerce Committee and certainly Economic Development Department has done, whether it's been one individual or now the three that we have, that has happened. And we are seeing now, we have reached sort of the beginning of a tipping point. I don't think we're fully there, but we are at the beginning of a tipping point where we are going to see the product of all of these years of concerted effort to improve the industrial and commercial tax base. You grow a community by bringing residents who demand services and businesses, and you grow a community by bringing the businesses and goods and opportunities for jobs that draw the people to your committee. Stony Plain has magic happening here right now because we're growing for both reasons. And we need to do that in order to stay alive as a community and to be able to provide the amenities and the services that the people, many of whom are still alive and paying taxes, who have been here for many years. And honestly, the reason a lot of this is still now possible and doable is because we have had this concerted effort by economic development, town administration, and Growth and Commerce playing their part. I think we could all, particularly council, who now is on the verge of creating this committee in a proper way to fit under the municipal government requirement to be within the law for how it exists, we have the opportunity to make that real and to give it the life it needs to continue to do the wonderful things that are happening in this community. To suggest that we could not pass this bylaw would be a step backward in time, backward in our thinking. And I certainly hope that that is not seen as a viable option. There's been a lot of good that has been accomplished by growth and commerce over the years. And there's a lot of things that are wonderful that can happen still, coming from growth and commerce and the Economic Development Department and our wonderful senior staff and all of our staff at the town of Stony Plain. So I would encourage, because we're going to have the question called on us here pretty quickly, that we would move forward, pass this bylaw, accepting that some of it is what we like in its full, and some of it we may not like, but we're going to pass it anyway. And we do that because we want to move forward, not backward. And with that, I'll leave my comments.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Anderson, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just some thoughts. Certainly, my time with Growth and Commerce has been short. It's been limited to this last arrangement of council-appointed boards and committees, and so I don't have a significant amount of time with the Growth and Commerce Committee to draw on. But I can say with confidence that the last few meetings I've had, I feel better informed about the economic development and our goals, our target sectors, learn some new vocabulary and different things, just as a result of being able to sit at that table. And, you know, I think as council, our strength is truly being the total sum of all of the different parts and pieces that each individual councillor brings to the table. And I don't think it's been a secret that I've shared with council that this was one that I felt like was a gap in my own ability to act in a councillor role. Not being a former business owner, certainly did not have those experiences to draw on, but being able to sit at that table and not just have, you know, an ECDEV strategy come to us in council that we're reviewing, but to be able to wrestle with it. I feel like, you know, there are questions we ask in council, but then there's, you know, those questions that, you know, if I'm looking for clarification on what might be a seemingly simple concept tends to happen prior to council or when I go through the agenda packages and those sorts of things. But, you know, when we're looking at the purpose here of expanding knowledge of economic development specific to council, I feel like for me, my short time, that's been a strength of that committee. I think, you know, when we look at point C, 1.1C, this idea of engaging in formalized business visitation, certainly that's something that all members of council, I think, do or have done, but I've experienced it in a different manner through GCC. And what I mean by that is it's not just, you know, me trying to drop in on a business and gain some insight and ask some questions and have some conversations, but some real intention behind the conversation that's being had. GCC had one of these formalized business visitations earlier this year, and if this was open to all of council, I think we would have doubled the number of staff at least, and they wouldn't have had room to sit all of us in that conversation. In fact, one of my colleagues, I think, was nearly sitting on the floor because we were out of space to be able to do that. And so I think this allows for, as it states, that formalized opportunity where staff, business owners are ready to receive us, they're ready to engage in the conversation. And I've found that to be an extremely valuable opportunity and experience. And so, you know, I think the value add is certainly there for me. I think the value add is clear even in that short time that I've had the opportunity to sit on the committee, and in part, I think there's been desire of all members of council to have that opportunity. But again, I think, if we all tried to do everything, our calendars will fill up pretty quick. And by ensuring that we have members of council on a rotational basis to have the opportunity and experience the business community in such a meaningful way, I think there's a lot of value in, and I think there's a lot of benefit in. And so I will be supporting second reading here this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Before I go on, Councilor Loyens, do you have anything to add to this conversation debate?
I definitely do. Just to reiterate some of the things that were mentioned by Councilor Anderson that I think further go to actually Councilor Laurie's point, is you said by sitting at the table of GCC, you now have a better understanding of the economic development for the town. I believe that would be a shared consensus of all 7 of us to have that better understanding, right? We know economic changes on a very regular basis. Businesses come, businesses go, and by all of us having different expertise, different understandings, I think your point about that better understanding further proves what Councilor Laurie was saying. As well as when you talk about business visitations, you felt that we would overnumber the business in itself. I don't see how having select numbers and defined numbers of councilors showing up to a meeting or visitation is any different than our minister meetings or our meetings with residents or anything like that. Typically, it's the mayor, 1 or 2 councilors, or somebody from administration. We select, we divide, and we conquer. It's not all of us show up at one meeting and then nobody shows up at the next. It is done very selective, and I think that's an important point to make as well, that when it comes to visitations, that there are areas that some of us excel in and some of us don't, and that is why the group of 7 of us are such a great team. And that's all my comments.
If I may respond, Mr. Mayor, certainly it is selective, and that's why we have the GCC committee. Not 7 of us sit on CSD, not 7 of us sit on the Cultural Roundtable, not 7 of us sit on, even though each one of us will have lived experiences that we could bring to that table. Actually, one of the things that I was quite sad about was no longer sitting on CSD. Many of you know that is in many ways my background. I don't know that I necessarily brought a ton to that committee, but I took a lot away and certainly framed my perspective and my dialogue when it came to council chambers and decisions that we were making in this place. Conversations that unfortunately can't be captured in a meeting update or in meeting minutes or in a quarterly report and those sorts of things. And so certainly I agree with you. There is a selective process, and that's what is before us today in terms of our growth in commerce. Each member of council, I think other than myself, has had an opportunity this term to participate in that. I'm just getting my turn now. Other councillors have had other committees. I haven't had a privilege of serving on the library board, but the colleagues that have brought that information back to keep the rest of council informed.
Okay, I think it's not, don't you have the debate going back and forth, and I think every pointer is valid. And the thing is, members of council, we have a team here that's divided up so that we can take different roles so that we all have our opportunity to address those. If the conversation is that we want to be fully involved by all members of council, then we need to review our committee appointment and have all members of council sit there so that you have the opportunity to go, because Councilor Loyens, I don't think I've ever had you on the Stony Plain Library Board. So are you missing something there? Because now you might. So I think if we're debating this as a policy and not who should sit on there and not. Okay.
You're correct, I haven't sat on the library. But it is also a group that sits at the library, minus council, that are subject matter experts that chose to be there. Same with CSD, same with CDRT. This is the only council board and committee that is fully council. That is what we've talked about. It is who sits at that table. It's not specific councilors that are there or not there. It is subject matter experts that we are not having there and information being passed along. That is the difference between the other boards that you just mentioned and this board.
Okay, and I'll challenge you on that, Councillor Lawrence. You said the subject matter experts and information not being passed on. You were just on the Growth and Commerce Committee for 3 years in a row. So are you referring to yourself not passing that information on?
Prior to this past year, Your Worship, we didn't have council board and committee reports being shared, minus verbal conversation in pre-meeting, and in pre-meeting, I did share information. That was never a secret, nothing was ever hidden. I was given information, and I did pass along to my colleagues. It was mentioned again that these reports are needed, and you have mentioned, and Councillor Anderson has mentioned, that this is why these reports are needed, and yet that was something that was debated for this committee.
100%, and that's why I supported not support the amendment to remove that reporting thing. So I think what you've just told me is that you agree with it, with the reporting, and you've also said that maybe we all should be on there. So I'm trying to understanding, because there's a lot of committees that I have not sat on myself either. And I have to rely on the members of council to bring those back to me. And I think here we are here again. We've talked about it. We've had members of council that have sat on it. We have council that have not sat on it. Like the Councillor Fletchko served 2 years on there prior. Councillor Meyer, 2 years, now he's back on. Councillor Hansler, this is his 3rd year. Councillor Laurier has done 4 years in a row. You've done 3 years in a row. Councillor...
Absolutely, I did not, Your Worship.
Councillor Anderson has, this is his 1st year at it. So that's why it is kind of moved around, so that everybody has the opportunity to learn, develop, and see different things. Okay, and Councillor Laurier, if you want to see, we can pull up the numbers. I do have you marked for 4 years. Okay, any other, Councillor Meyer, as the mover of the motion for second reading, any closing comments?
Well, I would like to just add, if we just go to the objectives there, I think everybody keeps saying that this committee is no different than any other committee, but I would argue actually that it is different. The town is, of course, we do represent the community, but it is also a corporate entity. And because of that, this committee is a little unique in that it does discuss subjects that do kind of veer into the town as that corporate entity. And so when it talks about facilitating strategic discussions, I think maybe some of what is being missed in the discussion is that because of that nature of us having to look at these things through a business and the town, the corporate entity lens, and putting the priority there, it does kind of make it different than, say, the library board or the social development board or anything like that. So I'd just like to add that to it. And then in terms of everybody sitting on it, or it is, I mean, this discussion here is an example of how things can get gummed up pretty quick. No, I mean, the economic development, the speed of business doesn't wait for us to mull things over and over and over and come back and report. And so sometimes I think the priority there is this committee does have to be nimble to a certain degree, and so the size of it does merit having a smaller group on it. Anyhow, I just thought I'd say those things.
Okay. Thank you for your closing comments, Councillor Meyer. So the question is, the Town Council will give second reading to bylaw 2716/G/25, a bylaw to establish the Growth and Commerce Committee. The Members' Council, on February 10th, we dealt with first reading. We made an amendment that did not carry. We passed first reading 5-2, and then there was a refer motion to the committee that came back, and that was discussed at the committee on March 18th, and then the recommendation came back. In today's conversation, we had another amendment. That amendment was defeated as well, so that did not change the terms of reference. So now we're voting on what is presented to us as administration has presented. Okay. So I'll call the question. All in favor of second reading? Opposed? Okay. That is carried. Councillor Loyens for third reading, please.
Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2716/G/25.
Thank you. Members of council, I open the floor for comments, questions, and debate on the motion for third reading. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration, I appreciate reference to the committee governance framework bylaw that was brought forward earlier and the establishment of council committees. I've been taking a bit of a review on this, and I wish I'd taken a review a little bit earlier because I would have had this question earlier. 3.1.0, which is on page 2 of the Committee and Governance Framework bylaw, states, council may by bylaw establish a committee for a purpose that is mandated by legislation or for any purpose where council considers it requires input or assistance from the public. There was a debate earlier in first reading and was referred back to the Growth and Commerce Committee about the engagement and the inclusion of the public in the Growth and Commerce Committee. This has come back to council without the engagement or inclusion of the public. And I'm wondering if, based on the activities of the Growth and Commerce Committee, such as business visitations, would that be considered enough to be compliant with our committee governance and framework bylaw under the establishment of this committee?
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Lowry. So also in the committee governance framework, we do have a definition of standing committee, which allows for the establishment of committees that consist solely of councillors to provide advice and recommendations on council on its mandate items on an ongoing basis. I would suggest that the intent of 3.10 when we created the bylaw was to allow for both the public input and council to establish those, and that may just have been a gap in that terminology. But I believe the intent when discussed with council and by having that definition included, that there was an intent that there would be a need for committees that were solely consisting of council.
Thank you. So does there need to be a change to the bylaw that's in front of us to change the terminology to a standing committee, since there are not public members?
Through your worship, I do not believe so.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that forward, Councilor Lowry. So to the members of the Growth and Commerce Committee currently, actually, Councilor Lowry does raise a good point there. Does the committee feel that there's enough opportunity to engage the public, I think through business visitation, through presentations, and et cetera? I'm looking towards Councilor Hassler, does the person that's serving her third year consecutively on that one, and then maybe Councilor Meyer, Councilor Anderson. Do you think there's enough community input?
Mr. Mayor, are you asking around business visitations?
Business visitations, when you guys have presentations, when the chamber comes and presents, et cetera, do you feel that there's enough input?
If I may speak first, and then certainly the other committee members may have something to say. We do have opportunities. We have in the past invited people to come in and talk to us from the business community and other sectors about growth and development. And that's certainly what we address and what is our focus. We also, we're not just sitting in a meeting room here in council administration building and expecting people to come to us. We go to them. We take ourselves out and about in the community. Some of the businesses, keep in mind, when we go do business visitations, it's a work day for them. We're interrupting them. And so far with Growth and Commerce, they've been gracious to give us an hour and 15 minutes, a couple of times an hour and a half of their time, taking us through their plants, their businesses, explaining what they do, how they connect, how we can better help them to connect, and how the town can help them to reach out to provide their services or their goods, their products, their shipping lines, whatever, in a more efficient way to help their businesses grow. A good Growth and Commerce Committee, I believe, is also about helping the businesses you already have stay and become stronger. It's not always about reaching out and bringing in new businesses, but almost without exception, the businesses that we have spoken to in the last while have indicated that, in their opinion, the more we grow, the more businesses we bring to the community, the better their businesses are, the better their supply lines, the better the customers and the connections of those customers to other areas, other peoples in provinces and so forth. I see a wonderful thing that happens that you almost could miss if you aren't watching all of the small ways and the larger ways that paying attention to businesses and giving council attention to individual businesses makes them feel that they are worthy, that we're glad to have them in our community. That is a really important thing, that council cares. And through council, back to our administration in various departments, to be able to help them in ways that will be meaningful to them and help them. And I can think of 2 businesses this past year where they're overwhelmed with the amount of business that they have because of the connections that they've made in our North Business Park. And to me, we're meeting the mandate that was put in front of us. I think if you're asking, do we need members of the public to make that happen? Quite frankly, we're not always able to go. Sometimes they say we have room for 1 or we have room for 1 or 2. Because if you're in tight quarters, and the one that we went to more recently, where I believe it was Councillor Meyer who graciously sat on the floor because there was no room. And he took a seat on the floor. He was younger than the other 2 of us and maybe more nimble, but he graciously sat on the floor so that we didn't miss a single word spoken by the owner of that business, who just bubbled over with her enthusiasm for being in the town of Stony Plain. And when we asked the question, is there any way that we can help you? She had a fair number of those suggestions as well. If you start inviting members of the public, who some of might be her clientele, you're going to lose that, because there they feel like they are talking directly through us to all of council. And there was a good report written by another councillor on that meeting that came back to council. So I think we do have good exchange, good input from, and messages taken to the business community. And that's what we're here for.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Hansard, Deputy Mayor. So I think you summarized a lot of that. So members of council, any further questions, comments, in the debate?
I was just going to add to Councillor Hansard's comment. I'm thinking back to when we were discussing in the Growth and Commerce Committee, and Councillor Anderson touched on it, and informally obliged ourselves to improve and reach out to the Greater Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce. But I do believe that is the role that the GPRC, Greater Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce, plays. And so the opportunity there for us to maybe improve some of that community engagement more rests on the members of the committee to improve on, as opposed to, I think Councillor Hansard made a good point, there is a formal visitor, business visitation, which I think is effective and does give us that perspective, as well as invites from individuals to inform the committee as well. So I think simple answer, yes, we do get the community input.
Okay, thank you. And I think, Councillor, you had your hand up next. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just simply offer my closing comments in the debate, since I was just a question of first speaking there. Again, I want to be very clear in reiterating that there was a comment about stepping backwards. My intention behind my debate and the comments and what I brought forward this evening is the complete opposite. It's about a step forward. It's about taking the great work that's already been done in the development and the establishment of our economic development framework, our department, our knowledge, and bringing it up to the next level. Bringing it up to empower council as a team and as a whole to do the same work and be at the same level and improve the effectiveness of the purpose of the GCC. When I read through those first two sections of the terms of reference, I ask myself, what is better? 3 people with that mandate and that focus, or 7? 3 people with that level of engagement, or 7? It's not about reducing anything. It's not about opportunity that does or doesn't exist, because as we discussed earlier, we as a council have already made those changes. If a councillor, any councillor, wants to go to an economic development luncheon, conference, etc., they're open to. As was mentioned earlier, business visitations, same as whether it's a minister meeting or a resident meeting. We don't need all of council there. We don't, nor should we. I recall one business visitation when I was on the GCC where it was actually detrimental when one councillor had accepted the invitation and another councillor showed up, because the business owner was one singular person, and next thing they knew had 4 members of the town in front of them, and they felt very off-put because they were outnumbered. So I think that's up to the economic development team to manage how those business visitations would go. Simply put, when I go through the establishment of the Growth and Commerce Committee versus the alternative options of managing the work of economic development in the town of Stony Plain and council's role in that, my belief and my feelings is that we are at a level and we are at a point in time where we no longer need a specific Growth and Commerce Committee. Council as a whole is invested, is engaged, and should be empowered to all do that work. And we should all have that focus. And not just in economic development, we do it in all kinds of different sectors. I don't see the need for this to be segregated and separated out and to have another layer. I think of the time that our economic development team spends preparing for these meetings, preparing agenda packages, holding these meetings. And I question, what could they do better with that time? We just added a staff member to that team because of capacity. How much time could we free up, and how could we activate that team more if we gave them that time back by not having to have a separate committee? What work could they do that they're not able to do today because of it? So simply put, in closing, I cannot support this bylaw as it has come forward. Not because there's a lack of value in council's commitment and work on economic development, but because I actually see this as an opportunity for council to take another step forward on enhancing and improving our economic development, which is what we should always be focused on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for closing comments. Any other closing comments? Debate. Okay. I will support the motion on the floor. Definitely thank you for the work of the previous Growth and Commerce members and the current Growth and Commerce Committee members, as you do a lot of the heavy lifting and bring it back to council. And council is fully aware of the direction and the end point where the town needs to go. I appreciated the conversation and debate, and I think some very good pointed questions that were asked for clarity and understanding. Definitely, there is maybe some gaps that we need to review and look at, and may provide different perspective, and that brings it back to us as a whole council, I think. And mentioned during the first reading in February, the terms of reference are reviewed every year. So if there is other questions that can come forward, those can be forwarded to the council members, and then the conversation can be had at a later time as well. I do appreciate the amendments. Definitely, we had the opportunity to address and amend this bylaw, and we took that opportunity, and we ended up where we are. So that is good governance on behalf of members of council. And with that said, closing comments? Okay, seeing no closing comments, I'll call the question. All in favor of third reading? Opposed? Okay, that is carried. Let's take a recess and we'll be back. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Council's recess and come back to our council meeting, going on to our agenda, which is business items 9.1, which is the revenue and tax policy. This is something that we review on a regular basis. So go ahead, administration.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. This evening, I will present the revisions and updates to the revenue and taxation policy through cyclical review. Overall, the policy has been updated for administrative cleanup and references. There are 3 notable changes regarding taxation that I will outline. Number 1, tax rate split. In 2021, a tax rate split between residential and non-residential assessment was added into the policy. This contained the average of the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board members, less Edmonton. The average was implemented over 4 years. The current calculated average has now exceeded the cap that was placed by that policy. The recommendation before council is to continue with the tax rate split and the comparators, however, to remove the cap to continue to remain competitive. The total tax rate impact per 100,000 for residential would be reduced by $8.77 from what was calculated in the corporate plan. Number 2 change, farmland. Farmland is assessed based on agriculture productivity rather than market value. As such, it is common to instill a separate farmland rate that reduces the gap of payment for benefit received. Adjusting the farmland tax rate to 2 times would equate to approximately $6,500 in tax revenue, and median increase per property is $107. The third proposed change is to implement a minimum tax of $30. Costs associated with assessment, processing, and mailing has increased. It is common for municipalities to have a minimum tax to recover this cost at a minimum per property. Total additional income for this implementation would be approximately $275 from 80 properties. Any updates to this policy will be incorporated into the tax bylaw, which will be brought forward to council for approval on May 12th. I will now take any questions you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding, please? Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, administration, for the presentation. I wanted to inquire actually about another one of our taxation policies that would be similar, and I'm actually wondering if there should be a potential consideration of amalgamation of policy. We have the taxation of vacant land policy, and that is a separate standalone policy at this time. However, when I review the revenue and taxation policy, I'm wondering if maybe the taxation of vacant land should be included in this policy, similar to what's being proposed with the farmland. Administration can kind of provide some commentary on that.
Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Lowry and all of council. That is something I can take back for consideration and advisement through legislative services. Those were established at different timelines. I'm not sure why. I don't have the background on that or why they are separate, and I can't comment at this time on if that should be the path forward.
Thank you. And a further question?
Okay, I just want to add on to that. So in terms of if that review, can we still pass this policy and then bring it back later to amalgamate them, or when we do this again next year, to amalgamate them all together?
Thank you, through your worship, to you and all of council. We absolutely, these are separate policies as they are right now, so we can absolutely go forth with the approval today. The vacant land policy is not expired until, or is not up for renewal, I should say, renewal within the next couple of years. So we could, at that time, amalgamate them, or at any time in between, bring them both back together to put them together.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship. You mentioned that the tax rate bylaw would be coming forward to council here in the coming weeks. I'm just wondering if you'll receive any type of an update on the taxation of vacant lands policy, how it has been implemented, how it has been effective to date, and just a little bit of a touch point on that prior to adopting the tax rate bylaw.
Okay, administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Lowry and all of council. At this time, that was not on the work plan, but that is something, should council request, that we can take back and work on.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hansard, you had your hand up?
Yes, Your Worship. I have from page 54 a question. How much money is in our legacy reserve now? And I ask because I believe we're looking at moving some money into the, is that in a later part of the meeting? I'm just wondering. We're talking about putting some money back in the legacy reserve. I just wondered if you could tell us how much is there now.
That's correct. I think in the past council, we purchased some land that was internally borrowed, and that was the fund that we took it out of to borrow to purchase the land. So I think the motion here was to put that money back into that to repay it
Yes.
back faster. And then so the question is, how much is in there? And I believe if I did my calculations right, it'd be around $800,000. Yes. Oh, that would be in the spring adjustment. Yes, that's correct. Yes, sorry, I had that
Is that
highlight.
coming at a different point?
That is coming on 9.2. Currently, we're dealing on 9.1. And I answered your question because I had that marked down as well, so Councilor Hansard. My apologies, Mayor Council. We'll just come back to you a little bit later.
Okay, it's all tax to me, so thank you.
Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
I have two. So first one, just on page 38 of 80, the farmland, it says, since these properties benefit from the same urban services and amenities as other taxpayers, the revised rate helps to reflect that access. So just for clarity, because I have spoken with an individual who will tell you that they do not get the same services. So I want to just ask administration, can you confirm to me that they receive the exact same services as the rest of town?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Myers. I can't comment on all specific services, but general services of the town, fire services, economic development, events that occur throughout the town, all the administration of the building, taxation, all of those processes are all benefited by all that are within the town.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'll just speak to that a bit too. That's, when we refer to all services, as the manager has indicated, that would be speaking to the broad stroke of municipal services, fire, police, so on and so forth. So I would just reiterate that. It would not necessarily use in this context. It's not referring to water or sewer. Should a property have access to or be required to have access to, that would be a separate thing under the utility rates and so on and so forth. So in the context it's being addressed, it's speaking to the ability, to phone up and have the fire department respond or police respond, or to drive through and use the same street lights as everybody else, or signal lights, traffic lights. I mean, that sort of broad context services.
Okay. Councilor Meyer?
All right, yeah, thank you. That paints a better picture for me. And then just if maybe some further explanation. So when it says we're going to double their tax rate to reflect their normal, if they're getting the same as what everybody else is getting, why are they paying twice as much, is the question.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Meyer. So with farmland, as noted, it's not based, the assessment is based a lot lower. It's not based on market value like houses within the town are. So as a result, they pay a lot lower taxes throughout the town.
Okay. Go ahead.
Or if I could. And then switching gears onto C, the third charge proposed, the $30. It describes 80 properties in the town. Can you maybe just paint me a better picture? What properties are we talking about there? So.
Thank you, through your worship to Councillor Meyer and all of council. So just for a bit more of a broader context, there are 80 properties that are under that $30 that they're paying for taxes. So this would be based on assessment. Some of those are parking stalls, some of those are paying as little as $2 taxes. And so to process and assess the value of those properties, the $30 minimum tax is recommended.
So just for clarity, they would be, and through you to administration, they would be like single lots without buildings on them. Would that be an accurate description?
Yeah, I don't think a single lot is. I think somebody mentioned parking stalls.
Yeah, thank you, through your worship to Councillor Meyer and all of council. I don't have the specific breakdown of all of the 80, but I do know that some of them are parking stalls are assessed separately from a condo. And I can get the more detailed information on the other 80 properties, but essentially it's what they're assessed at. And as a result, that's what they're paying for taxes.
Wow. So, thank you for that line of question, because I had that too. Then, so to confirm what I've read and what I heard is that 80 properties in the town of Stony Plain are assessed at less than $30 for the property, or the parcel, or whatever that is.
Thank you, through your worship to Councillor Meyer. I do see a note here that my staff had provided, so I apologize that. So it would affect 80 properties. 3 of them are farmland and 77 are parking stalls.
Okay. And so they'll be taxed a minimum of $30.
Through your worship, that is correct.
So overall, out of the 80 properties, that's an increase of $3.44 on average per property if you divide that up.
That is correct.
Okay. Any questions for clear understanding? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a follow-up request, in reviewing the taxation of vacant lands policy that we currently have, if council could receive an update, even by email, just to identify the trend in the taxation of vacant lands and where we currently sit. And then I'm just looking for confirmation from administration. The taxation of vacant lands policy states the 1.25 multiplication factor for that. Is that ingrained in the policy or in the bylaw? So if council received this update and did wish to see a change in that, could that be done when the bylaw comes forward, or would we have to request that the policy then come forward before the bylaw again?
Thank you, through your worship to Councillor Laurie and all of council. So that is specified in the policy. I'm just going to look over to Ledge Services to see if council can approve something outside of a policy through the tax bylaw.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly, I'll just make a quick comment on that. So, yeah, if it's contained in a bylaw, council can amend the bylaw, so to speak, without amending the policy. It would take precedent over the written policy itself.
So then, for clarity, it will not be included in our tax, when we approve the tax rates. It'll just be because it's on the vacant land bylaw that they will automatically get that increase.
Your Worship, maybe just if I can just back up 1 second here and just provide a bit of perspective or maybe even advice on that. So, when we were bringing this forward, we were, going from a review of this particular policy and the proposed changes that we thought council should consider. As I think the manager indicated, the vacant lands policy was not directly brought in for review at this point in time. When the tax policy bylaw comes to council, council does have the opportunity to review or make a change to the vacant land rate as it sits in the bylaw. I believe I heard the number 1.25. I'm not going to quote that exactly if that's what it is. Council does have that ability. Your Worship, maybe just to move that dialogue a little bit further. We can commit to bringing, when we bring the tax law bylaw, we can commit to having some commentary in that RFD about the vacant land. It's not being contemplated in this particular policy, but we can have some commentary brought forward on that. Generally, in my understanding, as the rate applies there, it's fairly straightforward. It's just it's a multiple factor of of 1.25, 1.45, so on and so forth. We can put a time and effort into that and have that dialogue at the tax rate bylaw debate.
Okay, I think it'd be good because I think the previous council approved the bylaw which came in effect during this council, so it'd be nice to have these 7 members review that. Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And a follow-up to that, I think there was a purpose and an intention behind the taxation of vacant lands policy in where we were hoping that it would encourage the development of those vacant lands and hoping that we could work to accelerate that. And so I think it would be important to, at this time, annually see a report when these type of policies and when the tax bylaw comes forward so that council can understand the effectiveness of that policy. If we see a trend in the vacant lands in town going down, it may lead us to a point where we can consider removing that policy. If we see a trend in the vacant lands in the town going up, we could consider an increase in that policy. I think it's worthwhile for us to make sure we have eyes on that regularly so that council can determine whether there's action needed or not.
Your Worship, if I'll just make a quick side comment to that. As council's aware, I can't remember how many years ago we've begun tabling a bit of a land development update through I believe planning infrastructure at this point in time. That was something that wasn't done 6 years ago. It's now done. Gets refined every year, so on and so forth. And there may be some potential to provide commentary through that as to the request or comment from Councillor Laurie, iterative change to an existing process.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Pletchko, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Back through to administration. I'm going to go back to C, the third change. I've seen some puzzled looks, and I'm still sitting here puzzled on your 80 number. So 77 are parking lots, and 3 are farmland. Help me to understand how on farmland, is it a very small piece of parcel or is it a very large piece of parcel that somebody's only paying $30 in taxes? I understand possibly a parking lot. And is this in conjunction with our local municipalities around us? Would this be similar to what they would charge for a piece of property like that?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Pletchko and all of council. I don't have the detail of how many acres or hectares that farmland is regarding the 3 that were noted. However, I do have comparatives to answer the second part of your question in regards to minimum tax. So as per our comparators, some of the people around here, so Parkland County's $50, Sturgeon County's $25. They range all the way up to $1,000, which is a little bit out of there, but some are $250. That's kind of $150, $75. So this is definitely a common practice with municipalities.
Okay, thank you. Oops, sorry, I thought the mic was on.
Go ahead again.
So if we could just have clarity on size of farmland and parking lots so we have a better reference going forward.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay, I'll go back to administration in terms of the point A on page 38 in terms of removing the tax split. I think in the previous tax policy, there was a cap or tax rate cap at 1.4. And the recommendation is to remove that cap and go up to what the current average is. Is there some rationale besides what's presented here?
Thank you, through your worship, to you and all of council. At the time of setting that cap, that was the average, and so we implemented moving to that cap over 4 years, I believe, when this policy was approved. So we achieved that last year. Since then, the average has moved to 1.47, and so as such, that's where we're looking to just remove that cap. Just to provide a bit more context as well, so per the MGA legislation, allowable is 5-to-1 ratio. We're obviously very far from that, but just a few more comparisons as well. Spruce Grove's moving towards 1 to 1.75 this year. Morinville is also moving to 1.5. And then just the current average is the 1.47 calculated based on the last year's tax rates.
Thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. So in terms of moving it down, if council seems fit to maybe reduce that so that we're still more competitive in the region, is that a possibility for council to address that tonight if council chooses not to go to 1.47?
Through your worship, to you know, council, absolutely, council has that authority to either instill a cap that's different than 1.4, keep it there, or any in between. For approximately every 0.01 increase in the cap, so for example, 1.40 is what we're at. If we go to 1.41, that's about $1.15 per $100,000. So each of those equate to $1.15 every 0.01 increase in that split.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for clarity? Councillor Hansford, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious, when we're talking about farmland and what we charge farmland for taxes, are we giving consideration to the farms that are active farms, where there's actually farming taking place, as opposed to farmland that maybe is stagnant and perhaps a developer has bought it and land banked it? So it's not really considered vacant land when it's farmland, so we wouldn't tax it under the vacant land portion of this. But are we looking at those things? Are they actively producing or raising animals or growing crop or selling something that is produced on the farm?
Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So the definition of farmland as per the MGA and assessment is how it's defined. And so what that means is, so we have about 40 roles, or sorry, of the 54 roles that were named in here, half of those are owned by families and half of those are owned by developers. But those developers do rent back, and so the land is actively farmed, but it's not owned by a farmer typically. And so if it wasn't being actively farmed, it wouldn't qualify for farmland based on the designation. It's all just as per the definition of the Municipal Government Act.
Anything else, Councillor Hansford?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, my only concern is we've annexed quite a bit of farmland around Stony Plain, and now it is part of Stony Plain, and I know we have guidelines, rules in place that they cannot have their taxes raised for a certain number of years, if I'm not mistaken. When you annex property into the town, we can't just tax them at a town rate. When we're talking about this bylaw, are we talking about applying that to those properties that no longer fit within the timeline that is protected from having tax increases?
Administration.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard and all of council. At this time, we no longer have any annexed land on our tax bylaw, and so that's not applicable to us at this time. Should that occur in the future, we can have that discussion.
Okay. I believe the last time that the town annexed land was over 20 years ago. And I think it was only a couple of years ago, council made the motion to remove it because it has exceeded that time period. Councilor Pacheco?
Yes, thank you, Worship, through to administration. Just for a bit more clarity on Councilor Hansard's comments regarding property that is owned by a developer that is leased back to a farm. Is there nothing in the MGA that makes that, so that's kind of land banking in my opinion. They're able to hide through a tax base. Is there nothing in the MGA that allows us to tax that land more than just an ordinary piece of farmland?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Palacios. I'm not aware of a way to, or that the MGA does not define that as a separate class. It is just farmland in that definition. The mechanism to charge those separately, there may be potential to add another class. I'd have to look it up and bring that information back. But one of the mechanisms is, in this instance, applying a higher tax rate to those properties. But you're right, it's on the whole farmland classification, not segregated into different things. I'll just let the town manager.
Yeah, Your Worship, as the manager's indicated, probably one of the fairly straightforward way to think about it is the MGA, or the assessment or property taxation, is derived from the property itself and not the ownership model of the property. You know, whether it's a corporation, an individual, the taxation goes with the property's class, which I believe is what the manager was indicating. Farmland is classed at this regardless of ownership. Second part, is there a way to alter the taxation in in that? Yes, but it must be generally by class, and can't single out the ownership model, so to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Seeing none, Councilor Palacios for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council, 1, approve revenue and taxation policy CFS 066, and 2, repeal revenue and taxation policy C-FS 051.
Okay. Thank you. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Moore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would like to make an amendment. I would like to see 5.22 under Class 3 farmland, annual tax rates will be set at a ratio of 2 times the general residential rate, removed, if I could.
Okay, I'll let administration start drafting that up. And go ahead, Councilor Meyer, for the commentary to start.
Okay, well, I'd start with farms are different. We heard that, yes, they do enjoy many of the services provided by the town, but we also heard that they don't enjoy all of them. And now granted, water, for example, would be a pay-to-play kind of thing, but many of them do not use the water. And so if you were to say, do they get the full benefit of being part of the town? Clearly they do not. Second, we also heard this evening that we recently stopped exempting them from the annexation rate, which I believe was they would have paid the county rate. So we already in the last few years increased their taxes, and I think it being only fair that if you're only one person, why would you pay more than anybody else? That doesn't strike me as very consistent or equitable. And then I would also, and now I don't want to, I'm not accusing administration of anything here, but the number of dollars that we would receive from this move is so insignificant. It sounds, it's more punitive on a few residents than it would be beneficial to the town. So I question whether that is worth it.
Thank you for the amendment. Members of council, questions, comments, and debate on the amendment, please. Deputy Mayor?
There it is. I was going to say, but I need to see the amendment, please.
Okay, so Councillor Hansard and members of council, if council turns to page 42 of their agenda, Councillor Meyer has made an amendment to remove 5.22, where the annual tax rate will be set at the ratio of 2 times the general residential rate. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I can appreciate where Councillor Meyer is coming from, but I am a little bit challenged in this. You know, as we read in the lead sheet, it talks very specifically that there are tax exemptions applied for farm buildings and partial exemptions for farm residents. To the same token, our typical residents don't receive those type of exemptions. And when I think of farmland within the town of Stony Plain, and when I think of typically what we're considering in taxation, a lot of it comes down to frontage. A lot of it comes down to the number of meters that reside from that property line with town services. So whether that be sidewalks, whether that be roads with snow removal, whether that be sewers, or then services, for example, such as our fire services, where we know that unfortunately we've seen incidents with our farmland in town of creating some situations with grass fires and wildfires and things like that. I don't disagree with you that the amount is relatively insignificant, but I do believe that when we consider the services that are provided, the services that they do access and have the ability to access should they choose to. When I look at what the increase is on those specific units and the exemptions that they receive, I think I'd be inclined to continue to support administration's recommendation to try and create some consistency and some parity in town versus seeing the agricultural properties potentially not contributing the fair share.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, debate? Councillor Pacheco, go ahead.
I'm not sure how to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it direct anyway. So in Alberta, farmland is considered to be 10 acres or more. So we tax different areas within our community based on whether they're in the town or farmland. So when I look at this agricultural land, there's a portion of our community that is also being taxed at a normal rate that is not actually considered small. It's actually considered a farm. So there is 11 acre parcels within our community that are being taxed at a fair rate based on the taxation we put in town. That should actually be based on the 10 acres that is under the Alberta agricultural land development. So how does that play into this farmland area at this point in time when we're talking about only charging them X amount of dollars, and yet we have a double standard within our community? I'm just wondering if somebody can speak to that, please.
Okay, I think it boils down to what is classified as farmland and how do we define that in our municipality? Is it the size of the lot or is it the use of the lot?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Pacheco. It's the usage of the land as well as the size.
Okay, so actually that was a good question by Councillor Pacheco, because then I'm thinking, so for example, if I have a R1 lot that 40% of the lot is occupied by my house and thing, and et cetera, but 50% of my backyard, which is my total lot, I use it for a garden, then can I apply for a farmland exemption on my property?
Thank you, through your worship. I wouldn't consider gardening farming, but I can get some further definition of what the qualifications are for it to be designated as farmland. I'm just going to try and pull up our tax bylaw. We should have that defined in there as to what's assessed as farmland versus residential versus non-residential.
Okay, thank you. And while staff is doing that, any follow-up on that, or do you want to come back later?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. So my understanding also is anything under 10 acres is considered rural residential. Again, I go back to many of, part of our subdivisions within our community, and I know it's been argued a few times out in that neck of the woods, truly is farmland under the standards of what the Alberta government outlines as agricultural land. Would there need to be something put forward for an exemption with them if they're actually going to farm or, and farming is a pretty broad aspect from my understanding. It could be a farm as a organic farm, which is growing vegetables. So I'm just curious as to where that would fit into our town.
Okay, thank you. I'll let administration take the time to do that. Any other questions? Councillor Hansard, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Well, I'm simply going to say that in Rosenthal Estates, there are a handful of properties there that are over 10 acres and I believe go as high as 20 acres. And in some of them, they are raising animals. They have horses, they have pasture land, they have corrals, they may be breeders of horses. Is that considered farmland? And are they then farmed or taxed at a farm rate, or would they be taxed higher because of the particularly elegant homes that are built on those properties?
Your Worship, I mean, maybe provide a bit of perspective or comment here. And with, I know those are some specific and direct questions that are coming into play. I think, just to be open, the decision that council is being asked to make is regardless of whether it's 10 or 12 or 14 or 9 or 48 acres. If it's I would say, following the assessment rules and any other legislation, if it's deemed to be farmland, should it be taxed at twice the residential rate? There's questions are being raised that I think are legitimate, but maybe not legitimate for this direct decision. It does become difficult when we're being asked to get, boiled down to very specific examples. It's pretty difficult for any of us to sit and say yes, no, good or bad to specifics unless we absolutely know those specifics. Your Worship, I would make the assumption, my assumption would be, as the assessments are done and the designations are provided, so on, whichever they may be, what council's being asked would be farmland as it's deemed by virtue of whether it's MGA, assessment, law, precedent, should it be taxed at 2 times the residential rate. Your Worship, I just say that because these are pretty challenging questions for us to ask specifically or answer specifically on the spot.
Okay, thank you. And I think the MJ may have that outlined of what is classified as farmland, and that's because our assessment falls under the MG as well. Okay, any more questions for clarity, understanding, and debate on the motion to amend? Okay. Before I go back to Councillor Meyer, I will not support the amendment to remove. I think farmland, there's lots of designations for that, and it's already been, as mentioned earlier, that there is the tax exemption that applied for all farm buildings, which no other business or other industry in town gets, and there's also a partial exemption for farm residence, which is the home of the farmer. which no other businesses or residents in the town of Squamish Plain receive as well. So I think this is fair and equitable. They do receive quite a few of the same basic services. They do not get the services where it's a full recovery rate model, which is water, sewer, and garbage, because those are full recovery. So that's not subsidized by the general tax base. And the services that they do receive, as mentioned by the town manager and administration, are subsidized by the general tax base. Councilor Meyer.
Oh, I don't have a good closing one. I would just again reiterate, farms do operate different. You can operate your business without coming into town for weeks. Well, maybe that might be for a whiles. You don't use the same services. They're not even available to you in some cases. So certainly they should pay their taxes, but 2 times strikes me as not equitable.
Thank you, Councilor Meyer. With that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that is defeated. Thank you. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councilor Hansard, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I ask a question on page 50, that does fall within the motion that we're looking to vote on here this evening, correct?
Page 50, it does, I think. Yes.
I want to make sure I'm in the right place. Okay, I'd like to refer everyone to 6.5.1 market value. And what is said here is that the town shall maintain a position of revenue neutrality in relation to shifts in market value assessment fluctuation. For clarity, the municipal revenue property tax total budget will not be adjusted for market value fluctuation, whether increasing or decreasing. Increases in assessment derived from actual physical growth will serve to increase tax revenue. But Mr. Mayor, tax assessors do look at market value assessment, and one of the ways that they do that is to take everything of similar property in the community, and sometimes they reach further out, that has sold in the last year. So if properties are fluctuating in value, they look at the sale price, that's market value assessment, then that is taking it in. So I'm just a little curious why we say that we're only serving to increase tax revenues on physical growth, when indeed market value assessments done by an assessor raise the value according to what's sold of similar property in the same community or beyond.
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Hansard and all of Council. So there's 2 separate things here. One is if the town assessment, so pretend we had no growth and all assessment goes up by 10%, the tax rate would not go up by 10%. We would still requisition the same amount of money. So if we were only asking for $1, we would still only ask for $1 instead of keeping the tax rate higher, and then it would be $110, or sorry, $1.10. So what that means, what the statement in 6.5.1 means that if the market is moving, we're not moving the amount requisitions or approved in the budget based on that. Assessment is just used for equitable distribution of what is approved in the corporate plan. But if there's growth, which we budget within the corporate plan as well, then that's new revenue on top of the old revenue. So if there's now 2 houses and there was only 1, then we account for that. And that's what the last sentence of that paragraph is stating.
Sorry,
Thank you
just
for
a
that.
point of clarity, if I could, Councillor Hansard. Are we looking at page 42, 5.11 and 5.12? The agenda, or sorry, the item you mentioned is in the policy that's to be repealed, not the one that we're currently discussing on approving. So I'm just backing up to page 42, 511 and 512, I think specific to what you're looking for.
So I'm not looking at the one that is being repealed, I don't believe.
You are.
You are.
I am.
So page 42.
I'm looking right at page 50.
Yeah, go to 42.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so page 42 then again, Councillor Hansard, the Deputy Mayor. So that's 5.1 and 5.12 if you want to read that over again to see. And then also 5.13.
I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Owens. Okay. Councillor Anderson. Okay, I'll let Deputy Mayor continue to read that just if she wants to bring something back, because it does question. Any other comments and debate on the motion? Okay. I guess, been thinking in my head when I was reading this over the weekend in terms of our economic footprint and what we've been trying to do in terms of bringing us to a commercial tax rate that is the medium of the metro region area minus Edmonton and minus the counties. I think through our development in our town, we've always been priding ourselves in having slightly lower than the average. So if the average of the split from commercial to non-residential has been increased to 1.47, and we match that, then we're not slightly below the average. So if we want to maintain that, to say that we're still slightly below the average, maybe that there is a motion to reduce that slightly. But that's just me thinking out loud until I make a motion. It's just me thinking. Councillor Hansard, Deputy Mayor, you have the chair.
You want me to take over the chair?
Okay, sorry, I was thinking that way, but I wasn't looking this way. I think Councillor Laurie said he had his hand up, so while I'm still thinking, it's the smoke is burning, we'll go to Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. And this is one of those areas that I agree with you. I like being below average on rather than being above average is normal. I would consider, if you would accept it, putting a motion forward that rather than moving to the current average of 1.47, while I do think we still need to recognize an increase based on the increase of the comparators, that maybe we move that to a 1.45, should council see that acceptable.
I appreciate that. I think I had something a little bit different because then every year we will have to adjust it. So I was thinking if we made a motion to be 0.05 below the medium. So every year it comes back to us. We don't have to debate it as council. It just comes back. If it's 1.55, then ours is 1.5. If it's 1.52, ours is 1.5848. So it's just automatically done through administration. If that's acceptable.
0.05, so we would be going to 1.42, if I'm understanding?
That's correct.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm willing to phrase that amendment like that as to where we would set our rate at 0.05 below the current average.
Okay. Thank you. So there's an amendment. I'll let the administration take a couple minutes to write that up. Go ahead and speak to that, Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think you did do a pretty good job of covering this before. As you mentioned, we do have to keep pace with the Edmonton Metropolitan Region. We do have a duty and a responsibility to our residents to ensure that we are making sure that we land in an appropriate place within the region, and we've done a very good job of doing so to date. As you mentioned, we had the previous tax rate split that was capped. And because of that cap, we have now set ourselves behind, and I don't want to see us to continue to fall further and further behind. We unfortunately have seen that in past years where we have stood firm on some policies of, say, 0% and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, in the long term, we've experienced that in fact hurts the municipality. And so it is fiduciary responsible for us to move forward and ensure that we have the appropriate split in place. With our comparator municipalities, having that as a great gauge for us, being a part of the metro region, and then being able to, as you mentioned, put that provision in there so we are slightly below average is, I think, a good place to be. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, as Amin is getting that on the board, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we just get some clarification from administration, please? If this was to pass based on this year's numbers, not the 0.05 below average, but if we are looking at 1.42 on page 38, we see some numbers here about how the residential tax impact would look at the proposed 1.47. So just looking for some clarity on that number if this is approved this evening.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So for every 0.01, it's approximately $1.15 per 100,000. So to multiply that by 5, it's $5.75. And sorry, if you could just repeat the page that you were referencing, I can just quickly look.
Absolutely. Page 38.
So just some pretty quick math there, that $39.37 would now be increased by $5.75, which would be $45.12. So the reduction would be from $48.14 per 100,000 to $45.12. And just a point of clarification on the motion on the table once we have it up. The average that's used is the prior year average and applied to the current year. So we don't have everyone's tax rates this year, so I just want to make sure that we add that section there into that motion as well.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Okay.
Ta-da. Your worship, so what we've come up with over here, what you're looking at is clause 5.17. The second sentence in there just indicates it shall be set at 0.05 below the comparative average. Comparative average, or comparative municipalities, I guess we could change that to, goes back to the former EMRB urban. And as the manager just indicated, I believe, they are set from the 2024 rates and applied in 25, or 25 known rates applied in 26.
Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Recalled my previous question. When we went up to 1.4, I believe that was rolled in over 3 or 4 years. Maybe just a little quick history. I don't remember where we started. 1.4, because that was the average at the time, is where we stopped. Do we have any information that you could share with council as to where we started at the beginning of that rollout? And I'll add how many years. I think it was 3 or 4, but how many years that was over.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So if you look at page 46, in the red line version, it states about right under 5.17, it states the tax split shall move to not greater than 1.4. And the intent is to move towards the average of the tax split of the urban Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board members, and the implementation of this split will be staged in between 2021 and through 2024. I will have to dig up my RFD for where we were. Oh, sorry. I've got some quick staff behind the scenes here. So we started at 1.18 and moved to 1.4. And we monitor that average every year and report it back at time of corporate plan. So this year at corporate plan, we noted that the average was higher than what our 1.4, and that we would be bringing back this policy in this quarter for council's consideration.
Thank you. And a follow-up there, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Just some, and I don't know if you'll have this number offhand, but when we're talking about 1.4, 1.47, 1.18 sounds quite low to me. And so when, if we went back to 2021, looked at the comparator municipalities at that time, would we be well below that comparative average? And I think potentially is what led to that increase.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. So when we brought the policy in 2021, the average was 1.4. So each year we've actually calculated that. So that was where the max was set to, and so we were moving towards the 1.4 as a max. Throughout the 4 years, there were some years that we didn't have as much movement because the average actually came down to like 1.33, and so as such, it now 2024 did hit the 1.4, and so that's the average from that time. As of right now, 2024's average is 1.47.
So based on that history, now this is going to be a bit of an assumption, but it sounds like we've been relatively below the comparative average over, throughout our history with what's been shared as to what's been presented, some of the comparators. The reality is when those numbers come out, as history has shown, we may already be below our comparators in terms of what's being proposed at 1.47.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. That may occur for the next cycle.
Any other questions, comments, debate? Okay. Thank you for bringing the amendment, Councillor Laurie. I will support the amendment. I think I was on council when we introduced the new tax rate and pushed it up to 1.4 cap rate to meet the medium averages, and that was so that we had that feathering in, so that the increase was not over a 1-year term for our residents and businesses. We staged that over 4 years. So as administration mentioned, 2021 was when we started it, and the cap was 1.4 because that was the average rate of the municipalities minus Edmonton and the 4 counties. We started at 1.18, and we continued to climb until we got to the point where we're now comparable. I think the success of Stony Plain has been on the fact that we've been building an inclusive community at the best and most cost-effective possible tax rates and the best services for residents. Having this amendment there to ensure that we are still 0.05 below the comparable municipalities will give us that average advantage to continue to market our commercial industrial lots to businesses that want to come in, and to say that it is our competitive advantage. It is the economic environment that we are creating in Stony Plain. It is not to be the average, but we can offer the same level of service at slightly better rates to get them into the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually expected there'd be some additional comments, and so I was trying to collect my thoughts before we go back to Councillor Laurie to close on this one. But certainly I appreciate the advantage for the business side of things. But I think the counter argument to that, or the flip side, is that asks our residents to bear an increased share of that cost. And so, as was proposed here this evening, I think 1.47, I think, as much as our businesses need that, as much as it's been a very tough economic climate, our residents are facing that as well. And so I was quite excited. This is actually something that I had suggested, I think, in council that I was hoping to look at when we came back to spring adjustment back during corporate plan, and was happy to see it here, and would be supportive, or am supportive of council's, administration's recommendation to council of 1.47, or the comparative average. And I think we owe it to our residents to keep it there.
Thank you. Any other comments, debate? Councilor Laurie? All right, Councilor Pletchko, I did not see your hand. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll try to raise it a little higher next time. Being the short guy at the end of the table and the short arms, I can see why you miss me quite often. So as I sit here and listen to what goes on, just if administration can clarify me, the 0.05 one more time, what does that equate to, dollars and cents?
Thank you through your worship to Councillor Pletchko. It would equate to $5.75, which would mean that it would reduce the savings on residentials by $5.75, which would bring that number to $45.12 versus what was on page 38, I believe.
It was 48.14.
Yeah, so it was 48.14, yes, and it would be moved down to, or moved to 45.12.
Thank you. So as I sit here listening to us squabble over a 0.05% decrease, I think back to years when council forgot to add taxes within our community, and look where that has put us. You know, it's great that it's an election year and you think 0.05 is going to help somebody, but at the same time, do you give them, today it's 0.05, we save them, but tomorrow when we get, or the next council comes in and decides that we need to have that back in place, they up it. The reality is we need to be fair to our residents, giving them the best that we can when we're sitting at this table. And truly for me, I think about the years where you had 0% and having an industrial property in town was great. But then you nailed us with 13%, 10%. And over the period of time, it has now gotten back to the part where we're actually fair taxes within our community. It's attracting a large number of people to our community, and they're getting the services that they need. I don't know that a 0.05 makes a whole lot of difference. It's $5. And I understand that's a cup of coffee, it's a tea for me at the local Tim shop. But really at the end of the day, are we just prolonging what we need to do to be equitable within the community and equitable within our region to provide everything that we need to be providing to continue to build? And I'm just going to take you a tiny bit off of this practice. But you look at what our tax base rate was when I got on council, it was about $145,000. Today it's over $200,000, which allows us to do a lot more things within our community, which allows us to give a lot more to the community. I truly can't support the 0.05. I think it's just an inevitable thing that we're eventually going to have to step up to the plate and put taxes in that are fair and equitable to our community. And $5 savings, for me, is, if you're going to make a savings, it needs to be a substantial savings. So that's just my thoughts and process on what I'm thinking about today.
Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Any other comments, debate before I... Okay, seeing none, Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start the closing just following on with Councillor Pletchko's comments. This isn't a change to our tax rate. This is a change to our tax split. And I think, again, to Councillor Anderson's comments earlier, to your comments earlier, Your Worship, is we previously saw a policy decision by council to move this to 1.4 over a period of years. And we did do that over a period of years. So it was not necessarily a change in the taxation collection. It was a change in the balance of residential versus non-residential responsibility. What we're seeing here this evening is the average has exceeded the cap that we had in place on our policy of 1.4, and we are now at an average of 1.47. If we were to move forward with that 1.47, it would result in a net savings to our residential taxes of approximately $8 per $100,000 in assessment. But on the flip side of that, that also creates an increase to our non-residential tax base. And that 0.07 step up to our non-residential taxpayers is also something that needs to be considered that we haven't really talked about in this. In what's being proposed here in the amendment, I believe it's a responsible step forward for both sides. We are shifting the needle in the taxation responsibility based on the tax split. But we are metering and being mindful of the increase to our non-residential by only putting it up by 0.02, while still providing a savings to our residents. Our residential tax rate will still go down on this because we are going from 48.14 per person to, if I think it was 45.12. Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So we are still providing our residential a decrease based on this tax split, and we also are lessening the impact of an increase to our non-residential. So I feel that this is very balanced. I feel we're keeping pace with where we need to be in respect to our position within the metro region. I feel that we are being both responsible to our residential and our non-residential ratepayers, and I believe that having this in policy as the 0.05 below the comparative municipalities allows this to become more fluid year over year, where we don't necessarily have to continually review it and adjust our policy. So thank you very much for the recommendation, Your Worship. I'm proud to put this motion forward and look forward to the vote.
Okay. Thank you for that. In closing, I just wanted to give some numbers out. So from the time that we increased our tax rate from... It's closed, man. Oh, I missed it. That's okay. Fair enough. Okay, I call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that is carried. Thank you, Administration. Thank you for members of Council for the conversation and the debate on that motion and the amendment. So now going back to the original motion, which was originally made by Councilor Pletchko. Any more questions, comments, and amendments to the revenue and taxation policy? Okay, closing comments, Councilor Pletchko. Okay, thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? Right, what time is it? 8:30. Let's move on to 9.2. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. This evening, I will present the spring budget adjustments for consideration. Proposed spring adjustments discussed this evening total 0.70%, equating to $153,000 tax reduction, which would bring the total approved operating budget to $1,477,611 from $1,630,611. The chart on the screen displays the proposed adjustments in the amount of $153,000 and includes grants in lieu of taxes, $82,000. Forest Green Plaza savings $36,000. Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board savings $35,000. The province has announced increase in payments of grant in lieu to 75% from 50% in 2025, equating to $82,000 increased revenue. Another increase of 25% in 2026 is also announced for a full 100% tax payment received on these properties, which will equate to a similar revenue increase in 2026 as well. This was just announced in February 2025. In Q1, Council approved motions to approve the sale of the Forest Green Plaza. Through this sale, impacts include: Number 1, operational savings of $36,000. This includes savings from debenture, maintenance, offset by loss of revenue and new rental expenses. Number 2, the life cycle reserve for Forest Green Plaza has a balance that is held at $109,118 at the end of 2024, of which recommendation is to reallocate this to the town office life cycle reserve due to depleting balance and upcoming planned requirements. Number 3, closure of debenture. We currently have a debenture with Alberta Capital Finance Authority and have requested a quotation for payout of that facility, which is equating to $125,000. This will increase the debt limit for the town and reduce the liability. Number 4, additional surplus from the sale may be allocated to other internal POROs that have been enacted in prior years. This includes the new school land balance of $1,035,000 and McGinn's land of $584,025. Both of these internal borrows are currently being supported by the tax levy stabilization annually and expire in 2029 for the school and 2039 for McGinn's. By paying off the internal debt, this brings the legacy reserve balance up for future projections projects, as well as uncommits over $200,000 annually from the tax levy stabilization for alternative projects through corporate planning process. The dissolution of Edmonton Metropolitan Region Board, or EMRB, produces a savings of $35,000. Administration considered other potential impacts regarding the items on the screen as well. Number 1, assessment growth has come in short this year by 1%. At this time, there is no proposed adjustment to the tax revenue. This will be reevaluated in the fall once supplementary assessment amounts come in and, if necessary, reducing organizational spend. Number 2, since the corporate plan approval, there have been 2 rate drop announcements by the Bank of Canada, reducing prime by 0.5 total %. The anticipated drops were already incorporated into the plan, therefore no further adjustment is required. Number 3, work continues on utility reduction analysis based on the extended producer responsibility, known as EPR, as well as our negotiations on our new waste management contract. Further information will be brought forth to Council prior to July 2025 when we have those numbers solidified. And number 4, administration also is monitoring the announcements regarding education tax and will update when further information is available. The amount does not impact the municipal tax rate, however, is included in the tax rate bylaw. Further information and analysis will be presented at this time of the tax bylaw in May. As per the corporate plan, approved impact per $100,000 of assessment totaled $48.14. With adjustments presented this evening for spring for approval, this reduces that amount to $43.58. Proposed motions for this evening are displayed on the screen, outlining the reduction to the approved corporate plan for 2025, as well as motions regarding Forest Green sale and impacts. Administration is seeking approval of spring budget adjustments this evening, of which will be incorporated into the tax bylaw to Council in May, with tax notices distributed subsequent to that approval at the end of May for the tax deadline of June. This concludes my presentation. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to go straight to Deputy Mayor because she had a question earlier regarding that. Go ahead, Councillor Hansard.
I believe even though that maybe wasn't the best time to ask it, I still got the answer that I needed from our manager.
Okay. So what is the total in the?
Oh, I didn't get that answer. What is the total in our legacy reserve?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Hansard and all of council. So the balance at the end of 2024 is $532,080. The anticipated additional surplus that we can transfer into there for the McGinns would be $340,000, leaving the new balance at $872,000.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Lawyer, to jump in there. Just looking for a little bit of clarity. Slide 64, proposed motion transfer remaining balance. I think I just heard 343 going in, which is the payback for the internal borrow on the McGinn's land. Is the amount on page 60? This is part of the presentation. It says McGinn's land 584,025 or $584,025. Is that the amount of the eternal borrow? And then we're going to pay down 343 and change of the 584. Have I interpreted that correctly?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson and all of council. That is correct. Those are the outstanding amounts of those internal borrows. So the new school land, it's recommended that's priority, pay off that full amount, and then the remainder go to McGinn's land, which I'm projecting at 340,000 remaining. So the reason why that motion is worded that way is because the quote for debenture changes each time we request a quote, and depending on the amount of time that goes by. So that number, I won't have that specific number until we do our final quotation and then pay that debenture.
So when I saw O/S, the only thing I could think of was one size, and I'm going, that doesn't fit with what's going on here. So I do appreciate that clarity. And then moving forward, whatever that remainder is, 140,000 and change, will continue to be paid from the tax stabilization reserve until such a time that it's paid down in full.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So I anticipate that will now reduce that payback by 7 years. So we'll be paying it back by 2032 rather than 2039, unless something else comes up in the meantime.
Good news. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And the outstanding is 264 based on the numbers that we've currently provided. Thank you. Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going to ask a question of administration here. Looking on page 54 under the financial impact, it shows that the reduction will go from the 48.14 per 100,000 of assessment to a 43.58 per 100,000. Previous to this business item, we adjusted our residential to non-residential tax split, which we understand also creates another reduction. Would you be able to provide us with the new number for this rate now that we have the approved residential to non-residential tax split set at 1.42?
Thank you, through your worship, if you just give me 2 minutes to do some quick math.
Well, any other questions while we wait? Okay. I think through my calculations, I come up with $40.56 per 100,000. And that's I replaced 4814 with the 4512 that was presented by administration for 100K. Then I just took the difference of those two and subtracted that, and I got 40.56 per 100.
Thank you, through your worship. So the adjusted amount for the previous was now $3.02 per 100,000 in assessment. So that was the previous motion, based on the adjustments that were made for agenda number 9.1. And then adding, the agenda number 9.2. I think I took the wrong number here. Was 4.56 for the spring adjustments. So 4.56 plus the $3.02 is $7.58. This is probably exactly what you said. I apologize, I didn't write it down. It's late, it's late. So yeah, I probably came up with exactly what you said, but $40.56. Thanks for your patience.
Sorry, I learned the new math and I just boiled it down to the easiest numbers. The new math.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that answer. As I said to Mayor Choi, I'd rather get confirmation from the numbers people, just to make sure. So appreciate that, and again, appreciate that recognition that this is now reduced from $48.14 per 100,000 down to $40.56 per 100,000, or about a $7.50 reduction, or 20% of what we had originally, in and around that 20% range of what we originally had planned for our tax increase this year. So that's a great impact.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Any other questions, comments? For clarity? No, seeing none?
Yeah, you said that wrong, Justin. It's okay. I've been called worse.
Been called better too, right? Okay, with no more questions for clarity and understanding, I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor for the motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move that Town Council, 1, approve a reduction in the corporate plan requisition amount by $153,000 for a new total of $1,477,611. 2, transfer Green Life Cycle Forest Green Plaza reserve in the amount of $109,177 to Life Cycle Town Office Reserve. 3, transfer Forest Green proceeds up to $825,000 to pay for Forest Green Plaza debenture. 4, transfer Forest Green proceeds in the amount of $1,035,000 to the School Land Reserve. And 5, transfer remaining balance of proceeds to the Legacy Reserve to reduce McGinnis land payback.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion on the floor? I'm looking. Again, seeing none, just want to thank administration for bringing this forward. Again, it hasn't always been easy, but through the right procedures and policies that council has put together over the last 10 years or so, we'll come to a point where we're going to actually see benefits. We see that paying back of reserves, which will allow us more debt limit, which is one of the questions that we talked about during the corporate plan, was the debt limit ceiling. And having this is going to reduce that by close to $800,000, freeing up that space as well. And also repaying back the loan that we took out on ourselves to buy some land for the completion of Stony Plain Central, that also frees up that money that we were using to pay ourselves back in that. So it allows us in the future to have a little more opportunity and be a little bit more nimble as we address some of the issues that we have in terms of a growing community. So well done, members of council. I'll call the question. All in favor? It is carried. With that, we'll move on to number 9.3, which is the federal election advocacy priorities. Pardon? Thank you. You get a reprieve, so we'll take a recess for a couple minutes. Thank you. Right, welcome back to council chambers. Council has come back from recess, and we're moving on with our agenda. We're at 9.3, federal election advocacy priorities. And go ahead, administration.
Good evening, and your worship and council members. As you are aware, Canadians will be heading to the polls in 2 weeks to elect a new federal government. In an effort to draw attention to the key issues and priorities of Stony Plain, we are encouraging residents to consider how the federal government can support growth and quality of place for our community when making their voting selection. We are cognizant that the federal election is occurring in a swift window of time and under tremendous international political pressure from the recent tariff policies decisions of the United States. With this in mind, we caution that the key priorities we are presenting this evening are in the context, within the context of the broader, more impactful acute economic issues that will continue to demand the immediate attention of the federal government following the election. I'll begin with our objectives that are to ensure the town's priorities are understood by the federal government, stakeholders, and to create a platform to expedite these with the newly elected Government of Canada. We share these objectives with the municipalities across Canada, and our voice is amplified through the role of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. This intent is also stated in the town's strategic plan as highlighted in the presentation slide. We recognize there are a multitude of issues and opportunities the town seeks to address with other orders of government. Through the ongoing advocacy efforts of council and administration, those issues are monitored and actioned within the context of our advocacy plan. However, at this critical juncture, two key opportunities have been identified to have high value and impact on the future of Stony Plain. These opportunities are recommended as priorities for federal government support. The first being infrastructure investment for growing municipalities, and the second being to foster community belonging and public safety. The Government of Canada is a critical funding partner in not only maintaining our hundreds of kilometers of roads, sidewalks, water, sewer lines, and stormwater drainage, but they are valuable in supporting these same infrastructure needs for community growth. Federal government funding, such as the Canada Community Building Fund, has supported locally defined priorities and decisions for infrastructure investment. We will continue to ask the Government of Canada to recognize investing in municipal infrastructure that will strengthen communities. The Government of Canada is also a critical partner in the programs and services delivered in Stony Plain to enhance a safe and supportive quality of life. Federal government funding, such as the Housing Accelerator Fund, has supported locally defined priorities and decisions in response to growing demand for a place to call home in Stony Plain. We will continue to ask the Government of Canada to recognize investing in municipal planning and services to strengthen communities. With Council's endorsement, these priorities will be communicated to the local federal candidates in advance of the upcoming election, and administration will monitor their response. Thank you, Your Worship, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Members of Council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this evening. I have a question related to the influence of the province on federal investment in municipalities. One of the key priorities noted was infrastructure investment for growing municipalities, which I think is extremely important. But we also know that the province has asked that federal grants sort of get funneled through them. And I'm wondering if we could expect there to be any fallout or potential impact if we were to receive federal grants in terms of maybe reduced provincial funding in terms of infrastructure dollars.
My answer or my thought around your question really goes back to well-articulated infrastructure needs within your community, as well as a clearly articulated ask. And I do believe that the intent behind some of the policy changes that the province has imposed upon municipalities with regards to funding agreements is really to better understand holistically the needs of municipalities across all spectrum of potential funding support from the federal government. So having a well-articulated ask certainly speaks to the province being able to be an advocate or an ally with municipalities in advocating to the federal government for infrastructure funding. And so one of the things that our approach to advocacy has always looked to is how we can leverage the clarity of our needs and the ask of our needs. And so we work regionally to leverage that ask. We work with the provincial government to leverage that ask when it comes to a federal government ask. And so it's really about, as I said, making the best case for the needs for your community and then utilizing any and all partners and levels or orders of government that you can in order to articulate and make that a reality for your residents, if that answers your question.
Thank you. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay, appreciate it. Just one question. In terms of the fostering community belonging and public safety, I think one of the big advocacies that the town of Stony Plain has had is in terms of the CN Trail, either a pedestrian underpass or a vehicle overpass. Would that fall under that public safety zone?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I would say that a couple of items under the public safety area that we have been actively communicating to the federal government is around rail line safety, indirectly to Transport Canada, but certainly directly through to CN Rail. And then additionally, of course, our public safety services, which are provided by the RCMP as well. Those are kind of the two top of mind advocacy positions and priorities that we continue to speak, fervently about with regards to public safety in the community for sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Anderson for the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council accepts the Stony Plain Federal Election Advocacy Priorities for the April 28th, 2025 federal election for information.
Thank you. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Seeing none, thank you, Administration, for providing this. I know it was a quick turnaround. I think the election was called fairly quickly after the new leader was selected for the Liberal Party, so I'm glad that our advocacy continues to carry over from term to term. Call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. So moving on to number 10 of our agenda is council discussion. This is the time that we allow council members to bring anything that we've heard from the community or they'd like to share feedback to administration or to members of council. We'll start with Councillor Plechko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of events coming up in the community that remind people of. Easter egg hunt, April 19th, 2025. The Tri-Municipal Rain Barrel Program, April 26th. And then the Tri-Expo Lifestyle Show, April 19th through 20th at the Leisure Center. And that's it for this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Plechko. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to mention the rain barrel sale as well. That's starting at 7 a.m. However, it didn't really list a location. It said who our partners were. But could I just get clarification as to where people can purchase these rain barrels?
Are we still partnering with Home Depot?
Or is it
Rona
Rona
now?
or?
Your worship, pretty sure it's Rona in Spruce Grove.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then as well, Your Worship, on April 26th, there is a toonie swim for all ages to celebrate the volunteers in the Tri-Region from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the Tri-Leisure. And that is it.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you. Not much for me tonight. Just wish everyone a happy Easter.
Councillor Laurie.
Nothing this evening, Your Worship, thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question and a quick comment. I'm going to look to administration. We had a couple of updates that we were hoping to see in chambers. I believe one was scheduled for January 13th. That was, I don't want to get the name wrong, but I believe a youth program and facilities review. Youth-centered needs assessment and evaluation update, and then the Together We Shine inclusion strategy update. On our last future council meeting topic that council receives, the youth appears to be missing, and we don't have a date for the inclusion strategy. So just looking for an update, please, on when we can expect to see those two items come into chambers.
Okay, go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Anderson and the rest of council. So the chart will be updated, but we are targeting an update for the inclusion strategy in Q4 this year. We've had some unexpected vacancies, and so I've had to do some juggling around that strategy. Although we are doing some work, it's just the strategy work that needs a bit more time to flesh out the details. And then with respect to the youth engagement strategy, I provided a verbal update to council during the strategic planning retreat. Since that time, we've hosted a youth summit and completed a developmental assets survey. So those two, the event and the survey, are being analyzed and rolled together into the report to provide a more fulsome report to council, and we're targeting that one for early in Q3.
Okay, thank you. A little bit disappointed that we won't see that inclusion strategy. Certainly things happen, but this iteration of councils that exists, as we'll have a municipal election before then, I think that's unfortunate that was something that was advocated so strongly by members of this council, and we won't have a chance to weigh in on it, but we'll leave that in the hands of future council. With that, certainly those here in the building can smell a little bit of burning, and just want to offer some gratitude this evening to our emergency and protective services that work so hard to keep us safe. I think I heard Monday night is training night for our fire department, and they are out this evening, making sure they're all trained up, ready to go to serve us in an emergency. And so we're grateful for the time they invest, not just to protect us, but to train to ensure they're prepared and ready to go should an emergency arise.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. We have the annual pitch-in week coming up at the end of this month. I believe the week is running from April 28th through May 2nd. Ours here with town staff and council will be April 30th. And I've already been made aware of a couple of incidents in town where people have been out cleaning up already. I think they were so eager for spring weather, they've been out with their bags, and I see people walking and collecting as they walk and making a purposeful day or a time of a day to go out and do that. So we certainly do appreciate it. A resident in Country Plains Estates contacted council, of course, through our website, but let concerns be known from residents in that area of some of the cleanup that they've done on the high school grounds, and encouraging perhaps better emptying of the trash cans there, and the need for that to be looked after better, simply because the food bags and so forth that are being left by students. One doesn't paint a very good picture of Stony Plain for all the sports teams and visitors we have to the area, but that the coyotes are coming for the food in those bags, and then they wander around in the neighborhoods. So another resident indicated a concern that he had with the pedestrian crossings on Highway 16A, and he's been doing quite a bit of walking in the area. And he indicated that the crossing lights are not long enough. And he's a healthy gentleman, senior, but very healthy and does a lot of walking. And he timed the light a couple of times and it says it's 30 seconds, which is hardly enough time for parents pushing children in strollers and some of the others to get across that road. So he's asked if there isn't a way that somebody could look at lengthening the timing of those lights. He said 37 seconds would actually make it more doable for most people. Or if there was any way that a wider platform could be provided midway across the highway. I don't particularly think that's very safe, but he seemed to think that would be a solution for him. And just letting you know that there is a lot of increase in pedestrian traffic because of restaurants and hotels on both sides of the highway. And he suggested that with the chocolate factory opening sometime in the future and other growth that's happening there, we'll probably see a lot more pedestrian increase. So that was his encouragement. And I encourage everyone to get busy around your neighborhoods. If you're able, take a small bag even with you, pick up the trash and get an early start on pitch-in. That'll leave a lot less work for all of us here to do on our pitch-in day. So thank you very much, and please be aware of that.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor and members of council. Just to add on to the Easter egg hunt, so definitely if those are interested, please log into stonyplain.com/Easter on the morning of the 19th to see which parks have been hidden with eggs for you to chase around and run around with your children to find them. And same with Pitch-In Week. I think Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, mentioned that other people already started doing that. You can also register by registering at stonyplain.com/pitchin2025, and I'll register you in, and our staff will get you some bags and some gloves that'll help you, assist you in terms of Pitch-In Week. And before we end, just want to say congratulations to the Stony Plain Memorial Complex High School and Shikowie High School. As we were there to celebrate our 4th anniversary, those two high schools signed an official sister school relationship where they'll be looking at a long-term student exchange program where they're trying to connect some of their students in the programming together so that we see a little bit more diversity and culture within their community, and then have students be able to experience Japanese school system, and then also then having the Japanese students come over to experience our Parkland School Division side. So on behalf of that, thank you, administration, for making the agenda forward and bringing it forward. Thank you for members of council for reading them and bringing your opinions and your thoughts forward. As you can see, today was a great example of how council works. We are passionate, we bring our thoughts, we will debate it, we will share our thoughts, we'll try to convince other people, and at the end of it, we vote, and we all own it together, and we move forward. So excellent showing of governance and how it's supposed to be done in our community and other communities around us. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.